Raz, dwa. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome you at the conference focused on the topic of building the digital future in occupational safety and health, organized by the Ministry of Family, Labor and Social Policy and the Central Institute for Labor Protection National Research Institute, in the framework of the Polish Presidency of the Council of the European Union. I would like to welcome you all, the representatives of Polish and European institutions, the employers and employers' organizations, employees and trade unions, as well as academia. And I would like to welcome all the viewers who watch the online conference streaming today, who are with us online. Today we have gathered at the Kazimierz Górski PGE National Stadium, which is beautiful, yet we need to take care of our safety. So I also have a small safety announcement from our security team that in case of emergency, please follow the guidelines. That's what we all need to do in case of emergency, both from audio guidelines and the security officers that are here on the floor and who are trained on purpose to safeguard our security. We have 2 days ahead of us, 2 days of fruitful discussions and networking about a future that concerns us all, as well as our children and the children of our children. It's about a world that is defined by progress, yet just, grounded in fairness and ethics. We will now proceed to officially open the conference. That's why it's my honor and privilege to invite on stage. We will have 2 talks, and the first talk will be delivered by Minister for Family, Labor and Social Policy, Dr. Agnieszka Dziemianowicz-Bąk. The floor is yours.
Szanowni Państwo, przedstawiciele Komisji Europejskiej, szanowny dyrektorze i przedstawiciele Zarządu Europejskiej Agencji Bezpieczeństwa i Zdrowia w Pracy, szanowni przedstawiciele Komitetu Doradczego Komisji Europejskiej do spraw bezpieczeństwa i zdrowia w pracy, przedstawiciele europejskich i krajowych partnerów społecznych, świata nauki, szanowne panie, szanowni panowie. Pragnę bardzo serdecznie powitać Państwa w Warszawie, w stolicy Polski, w mieście niezłomnym, zawsze niezwyciężonym, jak głosi sentencja w herbie dodana po trudach II wojny światowej. Witam Państwa w mieście, w którym otwartość na różnorodność, otwartość na zmianę, gotowość do przemian, które niesie przyszłość, idzie i zawsze szła w parze z pamięcią o przeszłości i pełną świadomością doniosłego znaczenia słowa bezpieczeństwo. Stolica Polski i najludniejsze miasto w kraju, gdzie jak nie tutaj mogłaby zostać zorganizowana tak ważna konferencja dotycząca właśnie bezpieczeństwa. Bezpieczeństwo to główny temat, to główny motyw polskiej prezydencji. Bezpieczeństwo zewnętrzne, bezpieczeństwo militarne, bezpieczeństwo cywilne, ale także przecież bezpieczeństwo gospodarcze i bezpieczeństwo socjalne, w tym bezpieczeństwo zatrudnienia dla wszystkich mieszkańców i mieszkanek Europy. 2 miesiące temu premier polskiego rządu w Parlamencie Europejskim podnosił kwestię zarówno zwiększania przez Europę wydatków na obronność, jak i zagadnienie większych inwestycji w gospodarkę i w niezależność gospodarczą Europy. W gospodarkę, która rozwija się dzięki pracy. Pracy, która musi być pracą bezpieczną. Pracy, której świat staje dzisiaj przed całym szeregiem wyzwań, przed całym szeregiem szans, ale także przed całym szeregiem ryzyk. Jest tak dlatego, że staje w obliczu przemian, staje w obliczu transformacji o charakterze gospodarczym, o charakterze demograficznym i także o charakterze technologicznym. Stąd właśnie taka, a nie inna tematyka dzisiejszej konferencji: budowanie cyfrowej przyszłości w bezpieczeństwie i higienie pracy. To, jak istotny jest to temat dla polskiej prezydencji, dla Ministerstwa Rodziny, Pracy i Polityki Społecznej i dla nas wszystkich, może świadczyć o tym fakt, że ta dzisiejsza konferencja jest już drugim wydarzeniem, jest drugą konferencją w ramach polskiego przewodnictwa w Radzie Unii Europejskiej, podczas której podnosimy kwestię wpływu cyfryzacji i przemian technologicznych na rynek pracy. Podczas pierwszej konferencji, która odbyła się 20 i 21 lutego 2025 roku w Gdańsku, w Europejskim Centrum Solidarności, którą również mieliśmy zaszczyt i przyjemność jako Ministerstwo Rodziny, Pracy i Polityki Społecznej organizować, odbyła się debata ministerialna na temat roli sztucznej inteligencji w kształtowaniu rynku pracy. Tamta dyskusja koncentrowała się na wyzwaniach związanych z automatyzacją, zmianami w modelach zatrudnienia oraz koniecznością dostosowania polityki społecznej do zmian technologicznych. Dziś naszą uwagę kierujemy i kierować będziemy na bezpieczeństwo i dobrostan samych pracowników, bo bezpieczny i zaopiekowany pod każdym względem w miejscu pracy pracownik to jest i musi być fundament rozwoju bezpiecznej i nowoczesnej gospodarki. Szanowne Panie, Szanowni Panowie, drodzy koledzy, drogie koleżanki. Z jednej strony wiemy, że ponad 3,5 miliona osób w Polsce pracuje na stanowiskach, które w przyszłości mogą zostać w jakiś sposób dotknięte w sensie negatywnym, zastąpione czy znacząco zredukowane przez sztuczną inteligencję. Z drugiej jednak strony musimy zdawać sobie sprawę i zdajemy sobie sprawę z tego, że cyfryzacja gospodarki jest także szansą i przyczyni się do powstawania nowych miejsc pracy, bardzo często z niedostatecznie w tej chwili rozpoznanymi zagrożeniami. To jest wyzwanie, przed którym nie możemy uciekać. To jest wyzwanie, przed którym stoimy i to jest wyzwanie, które wymaga zarówno odpowiedzialnego podejścia do zmian technologicznych, jak i skutecznej ochrony i namysłu nad tym, w jaki sposób chronić tych, którzy tymi niedostatecznie jeszcze wciąż zidentyfikowanymi zagrożeniami mogą się zetknąć. Dlatego tak niezmiernie istotne jest, żeby przy całej słusznej, zrozumiałej i uzasadnionej fascynacji rozwojem nowych technologii, możliwościami, które dziś wydają się niemalże nieograniczone w rozwoju cyfryzacji, podchodzić rozsądnie, z ostrożnością i ze spokojem do jej zastosowań. I oczywiście mówimy tu o kwestiach tak istotnych jak cyberbezpieczeństwo, ale nie tylko. Mówimy także o tym, o coraz częstszym oddawaniu kolejnych pól, kolejnych wymiarów świata pracy, kolejnych decyzji algorytmom, maszynom, co w bardzo wielu przypadkach może prowadzić do szeregu zagrożeń, zarówno fizycznych, jak i tych, których nie powinniśmy bagatelizować, natury psychologicznej. Te pierwsze fizyczne zagrożenia można eliminować dopracowywaniem pewnych technikaliów, wprowadzaniem nowych, konkretnych instrumentów. Te drugie, psychospołeczne czy społeczne skutki wchodzenia coraz bardziej w świat pracy nowych technologii, one wymagają nieco innego podejścia. Mówię tutaj o potencjalnym wzroście bezrobocia technologicznego, o którym musimy odważnie rozmawiać, którym nie powinniśmy straszyć, ale o którym musimy odważnie rozmawiać, które musimy umieć przewidzieć i przed którym musimy chronić pracowników lub określone zawody funkcjonujące na rynku pracy. Ale z drugiej strony, żeby nie było tak bardzo niebezpiecznie podczas otwarcia konferencji o bezpieczeństwie, to warto pamiętać, że automatyzacja, o której dziś rozmawiamy, która często mylona lub utożsamiana jest z cyfryzacją, ta automatyzacja przecież z powodzeniem rozwija się od bardzo wielu lat. Mamy już pewne doświadczenia z tego obszaru, mamy doświadczenia z wyciągania wniosków z rozwoju automatyzacji, z wchodzenia czy automatyzowania kolejnych sektorów, kolejnych obszarów życia i gospodarki. Aktualna przemiana, rewolucja czy transformacja technologiczna oczywiście jest pewnym novum. Powoduje zatarcie między tym, co fizyczne, tym, co cyfrowe, tym, co biologiczne. W takim najgłębszym, powiedziałabym nawet filozoficznym tego zagadnienia sensie. Dlatego te dzisiejsze rozważania na temat etycznych i społecznych implikacji cyfrowej przyszłości są równie ważne jak debaty stricte o technologii, o nowych rozwiązaniach, o nowych szansach i możliwościach ekspansji gospodarczej dzięki rewolucji cyfrowej. Co z tego wszystkiego, jakie z tego wszystkiego płyną wnioski? Dosyć banalne i oczywiste, ale są takie banały i oczywistości, które warto przy każdej okazji powtarzać. Musimy stale i permanentnie analizować zarówno korzyści, jak i zagrożenia związane z transformacją cyfrową. Musimy, i mówię tutaj jako ministra odpowiedzialna za rynek pracy, czuwać nad potencjalnym i faktycznym wpływem rozwoju technologii cyfrowych na rynek pracy, na konkretne sektory, na konkretne branże, ale także na procesy, które dzieją się w każdym pojedynczym zakładzie pracy i w ramach tych zakładów na zróżnicowanie tych procesów. Musimy czuwać nad tym, w jaki sposób rozwój nowych technologii i ekspansja cyfryzacji wpływa na jakość życia, bo praca jest znaczącą częścią tego życia. Mam ogromną nadzieję, że te rozważania obejmujące też ciągle niedoceniane w społeczeństwie zagadnienia bezpieczeństwa i higieny pracy w transformacji cyfrowej, szczególnie z perspektywy państwa, z perspektywy badań naukowych, pozwolą nam wszystkim na kolejny krok w budowaniu tego, co jest naszym zadaniem, czyli dobrostanu pracowników. Bo my, politycy, decydenci, wspierając oczywiście rozwój nauki, wspierając rozwój technologii, wspierając rozwój sztucznej inteligencji, mamy świadomość, że ten rozwój niewątpliwie będzie stymulować innowacyjne podejście nie tylko do rozwoju gospodarki jako całości, ale też polityki społecznej, polityki zatrudnienia i właśnie kwestii związanej z bezpieczeństwem i dobrostanem pracowników. Warto, abyśmy przy tej okazji wskazywali na konieczność wzrostu świadomości potrzeby kształcenia się przez całe życie, rozwoju kompetencji cyfrowych i samoedukacji, poszerzania własnych kwalifikacji przez pracowników, których także jest naszym obowiązkiem przygotować na to, co nadchodzi. Nie utrzymywać ich w przekonaniu, że jesteśmy w stanie te zmiany powstrzymać, nie tworzyć komfortowe warunki cieplarniane, w których będą mogli oni funkcjonować w świadomości, że ich akurat te przemiany czy skutki tych przemian nie dotkną, tylko przygotować ich także do indywidualnego podejmowania wysiłku, aby móc się w tej nowej rzeczywistości odnaleźć. Kwestie uniwersalnych standardów w zakresie sztucznej inteligencji są przez nas dostrzegane i już mamy czym się pochwalić. Zostały uwzględnione w przyjętym w zeszłym roku akcie o sztucznej inteligencji, który stanowi, że aplikacje sztucznej inteligencji wykorzystywane w obszarach wrażliwych muszą spełniać rygorystyczne normy bezpieczeństwa, choćby w zakresie praw człowieka. To dobry przykład, z którego warto wychodzić do dalszych dyskusji i analiz między tym balansem tego, co musi być uregulowane, co musi być restrykcyjnie przestrzegane, a czemu można pozwolić swobodnie się rozwijać dla korzyści i gospodarczych, i społecznych, i po prostu dla wkraczania w przyszłość. Myślę, że warto, abyśmy podczas naszej konferencji dyskutowali także o kwestiach praw pracowniczych, uprawnień pracowniczych adekwatnych do nowej rzeczywistości. Być może one także muszą ulec zmianie, być może muszą one ulec poszerzeniu. Na pewno muszą one być dostosowane do nowych zjawisk, do nowych procesów, do nowych technologii, które wkraczają w obszary, które te dotychczasowe prawa miałyby regulować, ale nie zawsze są w stanie. Szanowni Państwo, mam nadzieję, że ta dzisiejsza konferencja, na której zgromadziło się tak liczne grono ekspertów, ale też po prostu osób zainteresowanych rozwojem cyfryzacji i jej wpływem na bezpieczeństwo i higienę pracy, przyczyni się do lepszego zrozumienia tych wszystkich wyzwań, tych szans i tych zagrożeń, przed którymi stoimy. Wierzę także, że ponieważ odbywa się ona w ramach polskiej prezydencji z tak szerokim udziałem ekspertów i uczestników z różnych stron Europy, że stanie się ona elementem ogólnoeuropejskiej dyskusji nad konkretnymi rozwiązaniami w tym obszarze, które będą mogły już w najbliższej przyszłości być wdrażane. Państwa głos w tej dyskusji jest dla mnie niezwykle ważny. Bardzo serdecznie dziękuję za tak liczne przybycie, za obecność na naszej konferencji. Życzę owocnych obrad i wszystkiego dobrego. Dziękuję.
Thank you so much for your presence and support and all the insights that you've shared. And thank you for the big round of applause for Minister Agnieszka Dziemianowicz-Bąk. And now I would like to invite on stage the co-host and of this conference, someone whose outstanding leadership has been seen in the last months at the Central Institute for Labour Protection National Research Institute. And I would like to move on to invite Director Agnieszka Szczygielska from the Polish Central Institute for Labour Protection National Research Institute. The floor is yours.
Dziękuję bardzo. Szanowna Pani Ministro, Szanowni Państwo, drodzy goście. Mam zaszczyt i wielką przyjemność powitać wszystkich Państwa na konferencji Building the Digital Future in Occupational Safety and Health, organizowanej w ramach polskiej prezydencji w ramach Radzie Unii Europejskiej. Dziękuję Panie Ministrze za to inspirujące otwarcie, które pokazuje, jak dużą wagę Polska przywiązuje do kwestii bezpieczeństwa i zdrowia pracy, również w kontekście nadchodzących przemian technologicznych. Nieprzypadkowo hasłem naszej prezydencji jest bezpieczeństwo Europo, bo to właśnie bezpieczeństwo we wszystkich jego wymiarach stanowi fundament naszej wspólnej przyszłości. Dzisiejsza konferencja to doskonała okazja do tego, żeby wspólnie zastanowić się nad tym, jakie jest to kluczowe wyzwanie, jakie wyzwanie stawia przed nami cyfrowa transformacja. I cieszę się ogromnie, że w tak ważnym wydarzeniu, w tak wspaniałym gronie wśród przedstawicieli środowisk naukowych, instytucji europejskich, administracji publicznej, przedstawicieli pracowników i pracodawców, została podjęta tematyka bezpieczeństwa i higieny pracy. Zagadnienie, które nieustannie zyskuje na znaczeniu w nowoczesnym i zmieniającym się świecie pracy. Transformacja cyfrowa otwiera przed nami nowe możliwości. Od poprawy ergonomii i efektywności pracy, przez automatyzację zadań niebezpiecznych, aż po rozwój inteligentnych systemów wspierających decydentów i pracowników. Ale nikt z nas nie ma też wątpliwości, że transformacja cyfrowa, wykorzystywanie nowych technologii to także konieczność zadawania ważnych pytań. Pytań o granice prywatności, pytań o nowe formy ryzyka zawodowego, pytań o wpływ rozwiązań cyfrowych na zdrowie psychiczne i dobrostan pracowników. Ale także o potrzebę tworzenia przejrzystych i etycznych regulacji dotyczących algorytmicznego zarządzania pracą. W programie naszej konferencji te pytania będą wybrzmiewać bardzo wyraźnie, zarówno w kontekście prawa pracy ery cyfrowej, ochrony danych i odpowiedzialności za decyzje podejmowane przez sztuczną inteligencję, jak i w świetle potrzeb szkoleniowych i znaczenia dialogu społecznego. Współczesne technologie zmieniają bowiem nie tylko sposób, w jaki pracujemy, ale także sposób, w jaki myślimy o pracy. Dlatego tak ważne jest, żeby wypracować wspólne strategie, które pozwolą nam na bezpieczne i efektywne wdrażanie nowych rozwiązań w sposób odpowiedzialny, etyczny i zgodny z zasadami Unii Europejskiej. Dzisiejsza konferencja to przede wszystkim przestrzeń do dialogu. Dialogu merytorycznego, dialogu otwartego i dialogu przyszłościowego. Dlatego warto w tym miejscu przypomnieć, że przewidywanie zmian wynikających z transformacji cyfrowej, ekologicznej i demograficznej, zarządzanie nimi oraz konieczność dostosowywania miejsc pracy do nowych realiów to jeden z priorytetów obecnych strategicznych ram Unii Europejskiej dotyczących bezpieczeństwa i higieny pracy na lata 2021-2027. Jeszcze mocniej wybrzmiewa on w strategii Europejskiej Agencji Bezpieczeństwa i Zdrowia w Pracy na lata 2025-2034. Dokument ten jasno wskazuje, że skuteczna ochrona pracowników w zmieniającym się świecie pracy wymaga zintegrowanego podejścia łączącego prewencję, innowacje technologiczne, rozwój kompetencji, a także wzmocnienie dialogu społecznego. I to jest ważny kierunek, który znajduje pełne odzwierciedlenie w programie naszej dzisiejszej konferencji. Jako członkowie Europejskiej Wspólnoty instytucjonalnej, badawczej i społecznej dzielimy odpowiedzialność za kształtowanie środowiska pracy, które sprzyja zdrowiu, godności i bezpieczeństwu pracy. Dzisiejsza konferencja to dowód na to, że wspólnie możemy budować spójną i solidarną odpowiedź na zmiany, które dotykają wszystkich pracowników w Europie. Centralny Instytut Ochrony Pracy, Państwowy Instytut Badawczy z dumą przyjął zaproszenie do współorganizowania tej konferencji. Dla nas to podwójne święto, bo już jutro, 4 kwietnia, mija dokładnie 75 lat od rozpoczęcia naszej działalności. Przez te wszystkie lata dokładaliśmy wszelkich starań, aby naszymi działaniami badawczymi, działaniami eksperckimi, naszą wiedzą wspierać tworzenie zdrowych i bezpiecznych warunków pracy. Wspomniane tu przed chwilą priorytety strategicznego podejścia Unii Europejskiej znalazły także odzwierciedlenie w zadaniach, które jako Instytut planujemy do realizacji w latach 2026-2028 w ramach rządowego programu poprawy bezpieczeństwa i warunków pracy. I mam głęboką nadzieję, drodzy Państwo, że te 2 dni, które spędzimy razem, będą czasem wymiany wiedzy i doświadczeń, ale także budowania wspólnych kierunków działania. Bo tylko razem, jako partnerzy tego naukowo-praktycznego uniwersum możemy skutecznie chronić człowieka w środowisku pracy. Tak więc życzę wszystkim Państwu dobrego czasu, owocnych rozmów i bardzo ciekawych debat. Dziękuję uprzejmie.
Thank you so much. So the conference may be considered as open from now on. And I would like to move on with the first plenary session. We will, as you know, the program for today is not available because we're paperless. So in order to have a look at the program, you'll have to log into your accreditation system. But as a quick reminder, I just remind you that we have a plenary session, and then for today we also have 2 parallel sessions. So we will move on to the plenary session. We will discuss the issue of ethical and social implications of the digital future. And I would like to invite my panelists on the stage. Maria Luisa Cabral, please join me. William Cockburn Salazar, please join me. Dr. Michał Boni and Professor Maria Ganja. So, to begin, I would like to present you. I know you know many of those panelists, but I will just give you a short reminder. So, Maria Luisa Cabral is Director of Working Conditions and Social Dialogue, Directorate General for Employment, Social Affairs and Inclusion of the European Commission. She specializes in social policy, employment, and sustainable development. So please give her a hand. William Cockburn Salazar is Executive Director of the European Agency for Safety and Health at Work, and with a tenure of almost 30 years, recently as Executive Director. Yeah, I made the math. It's almost minus 10%. So welcome, a warm welcome. Professor Dr. Michał Boni from the SWPS University, Researcher Associate at the Wilfried Martens Center for European Studies in Poland, a politician, social activist, and academic known for his involvement in matters related to the European Union. And last not least, Professor Maria Ganja, Associate Professor at the Systems Research Institute of the Polish Academy of Sciences and Research Professor at the Warsaw University of Technology. So we have wonderful panelists, and we will cover this topic from various perspectives. But to begin with, we'd start with short presentations or talks, and the first one will be delivered by Maria Luisa Cabral. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And thank you for inviting me here to participate in today's plenary session. And my intention is to bring you a bit the EU perspective on digitalization linked to occupational health and safety. If I would have to summarize my intervention in 3 sentences, I would say European competitiveness. In Europe, it's never only about the market, and good and enforceable rules for quality jobs in a digital future. So today's conference title starts by building the digital future. And that puts the spotlight right on the context of our discussions. A more digital Europe is without doubt one of the building blocks of a competitive EU. Europe needs to be at the forefront of innovation in tech sectors that will matter for today's and tomorrow's economy. AI, semiconductors, quantum technology, advanced materials, biotechnologies, clean energy technologies, robotics, space technology, autonomous mobility, and so many others. These technologies will enhance technological sovereignty and competitiveness. We want to create an environment where EU companies can innovate, compete, and emerge as global leaders. Closing the innovation gap is one of the key principles of the competitiveness compass that should steer the efforts in the years ahead. And the same competitiveness compass identifies as one of the key enablers skills and quality jobs. Because as I said at the beginning, in Europe, it's never only about the market. And we're very proud, well, I am at least, that Europe is unique in our social market economy. And in today's world, that means something. So the key topic here is how can we ensure that the digital transformation benefits both people, workers, and businesses. So we all know here for sure that the increased use of digital tools has changed the world of work, right? We all, even if all of us here, I would say, started our work career already with PCs and working digitally, and I think we're the first generation for which that happens. Since then, so much has happened. I mean, we have platform work, but all of us work from home or from anywhere. So space is no longer a limit. And with the COVID pandemic, I mean, all that was just fast forwarded. So we know that all this brings benefits, including for health and safety. So we know that AI-based systems and advanced robotics can enhance workplace safety by taking over hazardous and monotonous tasks, optimizing workload distribution, improving ergonomics, and reducing, occupational health and safety risk, OSH, as we call it in our jargon. We also know that it can streamline reporting of workplace risks, facilitate compliance, and improve communication with authorities. But we are also very aware of the challenges. We know that these new technologies can increase psychosocial risks and impact workers' mental health, that they can raise concerns about privacy and potential misuse of sensitive information, or lead to unfair or discrimination due to biases. Or cybersecurity threats, as you said, security is one of your main themes, and I think we're no longer naive. So even on health and safety, cybersecurity needs to be in the back of our minds. So we need to address these concerns to ensure that the benefits of digitalization benefit everyone. So what have we done? So over the last year, the EU has taken a number of key steps to regulate the development and deployment of digital technology. The AI Act, the first ever legal framework in this area. The Platform Work Directive, also a first in its area. They show the EU's commitment to ensuring the development, deployment, and use of ethical, trustworthy, and human-centric AI technology. The AI Act classifies AI systems used for recruitment and worker management as high risk. That means that they have to comply to the stronger requirements for transparency, safety, security, and human oversight. It prohibits some systems, like those that allow emotion recognition at their workplace. We find these risks are unacceptable, so they should not be allowed. The Platform Work Directive has rules on transparency and fairness in algorithm management, helping people to better understand how tasks are allocated and enabling them to contest decisions that affect their working conditions. And importantly, it also deals with bogus self-employment that is so common in this type of work and is very relevant in relation to health and safety protection, because we know that certainly at European level, but in many member states, OSH rules apply only to workers. And human in control is a central point in the Platform Work Directive. And all this is, of course, backed with our transversal attention on skills, because you need to have the proper skills to benefit for all this digital transformation, but also social dialogue and workers' involvement, information and consultation. These are things that are transversal to all our work. But more is ahead. In the pipeline, we have a number of initiatives, and I will focus only on the social fields that are relevant for our discussions today. From strategic documents like the Quality Jobs Roadmap or the new action plan on the implementation of the European Pillar of Social Rights, this will include initiatives that will be looking at how digitalization is impacting the world of work, and that it could include algorithm management. We have launched a social partners consultation on a right to disconnect and are reflecting on a possible initiative on algorithm data management. And of course, all this needs to build on the solid foundations that we have, including in relation to data protection rules. Concerning health and safety at work, you know very well, and it has been said already here, that under the OSH rules, employers have to ensure the safety and health of workers in every aspect related to work. They have to assess all occupational risks to which their workers can be exposed during work and establish the resulting preventive and protective measures. This is certainly applicable also to workers working with AI or to risks stemming from algorithm management. Digitalisation is also one of the main drivers of the ongoing review of the Workplace Directive and the Display and Screen Equipment Directive. When these directives were adopted in the 80s or early 90s, the world was a different place. So we really need to look at them and just bring them back to today's reality. As for all proposals in this area, the Commission works with the tripartite Advisory Committee for Safety and Health. Many of you are here today, so you know very well what I'm talking about here. This is a key, essential input to everything that the Commission does in this area, because it brings together the voices of workers, the voices of employer organizations, but also from member states and government representatives. So to bring the two directives in line to today's reality, we are looking at many things, not least extending the scope of the definition of workplace to cover home working or off-premises workplace, looking at the definition of the display screen equipment or workstation. Laptops and tablets are not part of it. Yeah, typewriters are. Who has a typewriter, right? Or to ensure that employers also consider psychosocial risks that occur in the workplace. For the Commission, mental health is a key priority, and that includes mental health at work. But we are also looking at clarifying the employer's obligations, for example, in the case of home working, because they need to be in line with their means of influence over such work environment. And also, how can we have simpler and better enforceable rules? Because simplification is also an enabler of competitiveness. And to help boost competitiveness, we are putting forward a really big simplification agenda, and we are looking at both the design and the application of our directives, including by thinking small first. Most of our economic fabric is made of SMEs, and they need to be able to apply legislation and duly protect workers. So we always have a big focus. We also have now a big focus on implementation. So usually it's not fancy or politically attractive to speak about implementation. We just speak about new pieces of legislation and moving forward. And sometimes we, or at least we in the Commission, probably not you that are in the Labour Inspectorate, we forget a bit about implementation. And when we focus about it, it's about infringements and taking member states to court. But not anymore. So in the letter that President von der Leyen wrote to all commissioners, she said, you have to do twice a year implementation dialogues with key stakeholders on how your pieces of legislations are being applied. So commissioner level, every single legislation, twice a year. And that is also topped by reality checks on key pieces of legislation. But if I go back again to health and safety at work, when I started working in this area, which is not that long ago, I mean, I'm in this position since little over 1 year, I discovered the completeness, I would say, of this ecosystem. Because contrary to what I was describing before, here, we not only have the ex ante part that is super complete, we have the tripartite body, we have EU OSHA, but we also have the ex post part. We have, the SLIC, our Senior Labour Inspectors Committee, that meets regularly and keeps feeding us, with problems in the ground or sharing best practice to ensure better implementation. So I think in a way we're privileged and we need to make the most out of this. So if I mention just a few things, William for sure will go in more details on what EU OSHA does, but their foresight projects, on digitalisation and OSH, or what they do in terms of their EU-wide campaigns. This one ongoing, exactly on digitalisation and the OSH risks, or what they do with SMEs and the online tools helping to implement the rules. This is key. Or if I mention the Senior Labour's Inspectorates Committee, I was reading on the plane. I was reading a report on robotics, and it's amazing the number of things that are there and the broadness of risks, because sometimes you think about digitalization risks for office people, but then there were also examples of automated trucks in mines, or machinery, or the coexistence of workers and machine, and how to make sense of the entire acquis. So, coming to an end, as you said, this is a joint effort. There are enormous possibilities. We know that the road ahead to a more competitive Europe is it's for sure greener, more sustainable, more digital. But we need to do it in a way that everyone benefits, and including our workers. And for that, I think we have the tools here to make sure that whatever we put forward next fits the bill and allow us all to benefit for this more digital Europe. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and we appreciate hearing about the legal regulations and ways of implementing them as well. And also, I must say personally how much I also am in appreciation of the European social market economy and its benefits. Thank you so much for this talk. And there will be time for questions in the second part of this session, but we would like to first begin with the presentations. So please take notes so that you don't forget your questions. And now I would like to move on to William Cockburn-Salazar. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister, and the Presidency, and also excellent colleagues at CIOP, who are a fantastic focal point here in Poland for this invitation, and the opportunity to set out some of the work that we've been doing over the last 6 years in the area of digitalisation and occupational safety and health. And thanks to Luisa for setting out the scene in broad terms in what we've been doing. And I see a lot of familiar faces here. It's a real pleasure to see you again. Also a lot of new faces. So just in a few words, the European Agency for Safety and Health at Work has a mission that you can see across 3 main pillars, or strategic lines of action, as we like to call them, where we're collecting and analysing data and carrying out research to support you, in many cases, as policymakers, and at national and European level, but also providing resources, whether that's guidance or tools for employers to improve risk assessment in the workplace, or in the third case, we're raising awareness and networking to really foster a positive prevention culture, raise awareness about occupational safety and health on a particular theme, or more generally through our campaigns. And as I say, we've been working for the last 5 or 6 years on the issue of OSH and digitalisation, initially focusing very much on the research, now over the last couple of years, as Luisa said, on the Healthy Workplaces campaign on digitalisation. And through that work, we identified 5 main areas, 5 main themes related to digitalisation. So I'll say a few words about the each of those, particularly highlighting, as the Minister said, the importance of not only the challenges but the opportunities that each of them present. And the first one is about the use of robotics, the increasing use of automation, which can be both physical tasks being automated, but also cognitive tasks, like you might think of medical imaging processing, classification automatically of images. And in both of those, we see challenges. I think naturally many of us would think about, particularly as workers are engaging in more close proximity with robots, the risk of collision, injury, cuts, laser, whatever. In both types of automation, we see psychosocial risks, whether that's increasing insecurity about job loss, feelings of invasion of privacy, increased isolation, as automation reduces the number of workers, increasing intensity and pace of work, etc. And all of those also associated with the importance of job design. Automation can lead to poorer job design. The opportunities are evident, of course, where automation can take workers out of a hazardous environment, reduce their exposure drastically, and the job design can also, if correctly carried out, lead to improved job quality, better organization of work. But it's important to realize in all of this, of course, that investment in automation, whether it's robotics, is a costly affair. It's expensive equipment to buy, to install, and also it has important long-term costs in maintenance and calibration. And in many sectors, that's just not there. The resources are not available, and where there's a ready supply of labor that is cheaper, then those poor quality working conditions are going to continue for economic reasons. The next area that we looked at was the use of artificial intelligence in worker management, and that can be the automatic allocation of working time or shifts or tasks, and that's been reported by 1 in 3 workers in our survey, or to automatic rating systems, so customer rating systems, which can be linked to reward systems, for example, as you might know, with taxi drivers, or more sophisticated software, often called human resource analytics, which is really software focusing on productivity gains, business intelligence, but giving you real-time, very granular detail about what workers are doing day to day. So here again, we see risks associated with the increasing pace of work and the intensity, possibly the feeling of being constantly observed, a loss of autonomy, again, the fear of being replaced. But also, again, opportunities. And in all of these, if used properly, these technologies can give early warnings about problems, early warnings about difficult situations. In call centers for a long time, automated systems have been used to identify particularly angry or difficult clients, and they can be diverted to more experienced call handlers. And we can see opportunities to improve work processes, design the work better, and also give an opportunity for monitoring and inspection, where we've got more data that can be and should be available for those purposes. Online digital platforms, as Luisa has mentioned, the European Directive on platform work recognizes the challenge of often false employment, and we know the risks of being misclassified as self-employed mean often left out of the protection afforded by occupational safety and health regulations and measures. Again, with all of these, you'll see again the issue of speed and intensity, a loss of autonomy. But even with platforms, again, it's important to recognize that they do give access to work for people who perhaps have mobility problems, that they allow people who have other commitments to organize their day, and that even we can take people from the informal economy and put them through a platform on a more formal status. So there are also opportunities with online digital platforms. When we talk about telework or remote work, again, we've got the issues when people are working from home and the employer is not able as easily to check on the working conditions more likely to find less optimized workstations from an ergonomics point of view. Although telework allows work-life balance, it can also lead to a blurring of the private life and the work life, and can lead to isolation. So there are a number of psychosocial aspects as well as ergonomic aspects there. But again, in the same way as platforms, remote work can also increase access to work for people in the labour market. It can give that flexibility, and not to be underestimated, it lowers the risks associated with commuting, travelling to and from work. And as we heard, there's a commitment from the Commission to ensuring a right to disconnect. The last of those 5 areas that I mentioned that we were looking at is the use of digital technologies in advanced monitoring, so from a more protective perspective. And we saw some really nice examples of this just yesterday at CHIOP with the virtual reality labs. I think we'll have a presentation from them later on in this event. But the use of, whether it's virtual reality or augmented reality, or whether it's drones for monitoring in hard-to-reach areas, or whether it's personal protective equipment with sensors built into them, the technology is giving us great opportunities to improve our monitoring and our prevention of risks. On the other hand, there are risks here as well. Sometimes an over-reliance on the technology, leaving aside more traditional but still important aspects of occupational safety and health. Again, issues about data security and privacy, and often these systems do require quite a bit of training. So we asked workers, and I referred earlier in one of the slides about their experiences in a survey. We asked them about their experiences with digitalisation from an OSH perspective. And first of all, we asked workers what their experiences were of the use of digital technology in the workplace. And we got these results, which I think are quite impressive, given that 1 in 3 workers is reporting that digital technology is being used to allocate automatically the working time, the tasks, or the shifts. About 1 in 4 is having the performance rated by a third party. Again, 1 in 4 or so having the work monitored and the behavior monitored. 1 in 5, the technology is being used to monitor some sort of environmental aspect, like noise, chemicals, dusts. And then just 7% or so for actual individual monitoring of sort of life signs, heart rate, blood pressure, posture, etc. So we can see it's really quite prevalent. This is a survey from 2022. I don't think it will have been going down in the meantime, but we will be keeping an eye on this. And we know that many of these aspects then can have effects on work, and we asked about that also. And here 1 in 2 of the respondents was saying that the use of digital technology is resulting in determining their speed of work. Almost as many working alone, 1 in 3 saying it increases their feelings of surveillance, their workload, and 1 in 5 reduces the autonomy. So, I mean, many of you will assume and realize, but we also saw in the results that these are more likely associated with feelings of stress. There are also, many of them also potentially risk factors for musculoskeletal disorders, and so on. So in our work, just very briefly thinking about the solutions as well, this technology we've seen in each case, there are opportunities and challenges, and it's all about how that technology is designed, how it's implemented, how it's rolled out in the workplaces. And just some conclusions really on those key factors, those key success factors. Here for psychosocial risks, but really they apply across the board, very much to ergonomic risks as well. And that means starting with a human-centered approach, giving equal access to information for all stakeholders, involving workers, not just consulting, but also participating in that design and rollout. Transparency, and many of these were picked up in the Digital Platform Directive, and taking a holistic approach. So you can't introduce one new technology without assessing what impact that is going to have on your processes more widely, on other systems that you have in place. So we've been centering our messages across these sorts of principles during our campaign, which will, two-year campaign, it'll come to an end in December this year. Safe and healthy work in the digital age. So we're working through each of those 5 priority areas in turn, currently on worker management through AI, and we'll be moving to smart digital systems at the end. And just enormous thanks to those of you here who are from the national administrations and the focal points and the social partners, because the success of the campaign really has been down to you. And we've seen an enormous level of interest. So our early signs are that it's a very successful campaign. And with that, I would just point you to our resources. If you don't know them already, invite you to visit our webpage, get all the information, and thank you for your attention, and open for any questions, of course.
Thank you so much for laying all the threats and the challenges and the opportunities so clearly. And now I would like to move on to the next presentation. Dr. Michał Boni will cover the topic of ethical aspects of digitalization and automation of work.
First of all, thank you very much for invitation. And thank you, William, for your presentation, because you have showed many topics and aspects of the problem, and I think it will be a very important correlation. There are many advantages of using algorithmic systems and artificial intelligence in the area of labor and human work. It was raised by you, also these preventive measures due to digitalization and new technologies. So there are opportunities, but on the other hand, we know that there are some challenges and disadvantages. And I think that the debate about using algorithmic systems and artificial intelligence should be considered as work focused on trustworthy and human-centric concept. This is crucial. And the European debate on artificial intelligence regulation has started from this point. So we need to raise the problem of subjectivity and integrity of human worker, to consider and to implement how to use in our workplaces artificial intelligence and algorithms, thinking about human-centric idea and trustworthiness. You have, it's obvious the digitalization of work is coming from 10, 15 years, so we know all sources which could create some risks, as automation of work, digitization of processes, platforms and coordination done by platforms. And also last 3 years, the revolution, special revolution of generative AI with exposures on work and especially augmented jobs, because I think it is very important. When we are looking at trends on the labor market, we see that probably in the perspective of 5-10 years, 61% of jobs are likely to be augmented by generative AI. And which is also important, it will be related not only to the traditional works, but especially for office-based professionals and professions. And, so I think we need to consider how to counteract and how to be prepared to this issue. There are the professions which will be probably touched more and more intensively by the development of generative AI and this augmented jobs new model. When we are looking at the impact of digitization, we can see the changes in employment patterns. There are many new flexible working patterns and also virtual workplaces, But on the other hand, we can see crowd-working and co-working spaces, which means that very often there is a new model of co-working with partners and coming out from our workplace, yes? Temporary partners, incidence partners, so I think we need also to understand how it will impact on workers in our company, for example. And of course, as it was raised earlier, there are many changes in human resources management. Also, we need to consider how the advanced human-machine interfaces looks like. We all know that there are new models of augmented reality, virtual reality, immersive communication. Also, this is something like using human senses and cooperation between machine, artificial intelligence, and our brain. Some people are saying that this is not only the time of Internet of Things, it will be probably the time of Internet of Bodies or Internet of Minds. It's very dangerous from my point of view, but we need to consider that some processes are going in this direction, and we need to be cautious considering all those relationships between computer-to-brain interfaces. It was presented earlier, but look, need for continuous training to keep skills updated. 76% of people are indicated this as some kind of new requirement. It's much more stronger than fear of losing the jobs, yes? So I think it's showing that workers are ready to be adaptive, but there are some consequences for mentality, for quality of life, for quality of jobs. And this is also the situation when we are analyzing wearable devices, smart watches, and so on, and people are saying, okay, it will be the impact of our OSH, our safety and health. The fundamental question is, and we are come back to the fundamental question, but I want to show you some risks related to OSH. And as you can see, there are many, like workers' discrimination via intrusive monitoring, with the problem of privacy and losing sensitive data, but also this is the intensification of work, high speed and the lack of breaks, loss of job control and autonomy, dehumanization of workers, decreasing cognitive, creative, intellectual capacities. On the one hand, when we are talking about using artificial intelligence and algorithms, very often it's raised that it will develop creativity of workers. But in some situations, it can kill the creativity of some workers. What is also important, the power asymmetry, worker vis-à-vis machine, vis-à-vis automated models of managing human sources. Also, resisting algorithmic management because of lack of transparency of working rules, malfunctioning and some kind of feeling of being out or unneeded and with some kind of self-depreciation, and the phenomenon of datafication of workers, which means the workers are treating as collection of data. You know, I especially present those dangers because I think that we need to consider all those kinds of threats and mitigate them, because it is the only way for the future. Also, performance monitoring with impact on workers, techno-stress, techno-anxiety, techno-fatigue, permanent competitiveness, and workers' rating system, data from consumers, ratings used for workers' evaluation. So this is the threat of bias and injustice. So as you can see, there are many new dangers when we are looking at the labor market with using new technologies. I'm the fan of new technologies, but when we want to use them in the proper way, we need to analyze firstly all threats. So why ethical aspects are crucial? Because if we can see those threats of physical and mental harm, the threat of non-transparent way of management, if we can meet AI trained on non-high quality data with the possibilities of bias and replication of biases and discrimination, when we can see the threat of constant monitoring as a threat of permanent surveillance, when we can see the threat for workers to be exposed for unacceptable measures and risks, and the new dimension of the work-life balance principle. You know, we are living in the digital area every day, from early morning to the late evening. So there is impact of those digital world on us, and also in our work we are also full of many impacts done by new technologies. Thinking about how to counteract those threats in the European Union, we have established the AI Act. This is very important to understand that this is a risk-based approach. And those issues, it was mentioned by both of you earlier, there is some kind of unacceptable risks, and there is a ban to use these practices. But we need to focus on high-risk solutions. Some of them are related to the workplace. And coming back to the ethical aspects, respect for human autonomy from the Human Rights Declaration, prevention of harm, fairness, explicability, and during the time of preparation of artificial intelligence regulation, it was discussed 7 principles of ethical AI, human agency and oversight, technical robustness and safety, privacy and data governance, transparency, diversity, non-discrimination and fairness, societal and environmental well-being and accountability. And we need to use those assumptions and also check when we are discussing about AI systems, to check every system which is under the risk. And this is the duty of company, this is a duty of business, this is a duty of engineers, starting with preparation of new AI systems. And I think that additionally, I want to say that those systems under high risk is just about 10–15% of AI systems in the European economy. But we have the new generative AI, and this is systemic risk. It was named as a systemic risks. So coming back to augmented jobs and some challenges. How we will define the augmented job? Because this is a new phenomenon, and we will to consider what kind of mitigation we will prepare. How to build the mutual communication and understanding, common language between machine and people, using some icons, how to prepare workers to this kind of cooperation, how to ensure equal collaboration, partnership between machine and workers, how to adjust the traditional labor code if we want to adjust traditional labor code to those challenges, but on the other hand, it is important that we need to ensure legal guarantees for human autonomy, how the human resources management will look like, and how to focus on better work conditions for augmented jobs, how to be prepared on the employer side and on workers' side, how to respond to the new OSH phenomena, fatigue, mental threats, pressure on permanent upskilling, speed of work, solving problems, possibility of being under surveillance, imbalances in relationships, the lack of cooperation with other workers, with some kind of loneliness of workers in the new models of jobs, and how to ensure the orientation on productivity, on creativity, on efficiency, and at the same time to build with the need to build the quality of work and to build equilibrium between the quality of work and the orientation on productivity. Of course, it's clear that we need to understand the growing significance of mental aspects of work and mental negative side effects. This is the new, and I think we need to continue the work, deeper work on this. The need of common adaptability programs, policies addressed by public institutions and by employers, with participation of employers, with the focus to prepare workers for AI transformation and focus on skills, competences, but also attitudes when we are talking about mentality and our being prepared to these new situations. And the expert network for better recognition of OSH, dimensions of augmented jobs and advisory and assistant network to help people to adapt to the new requirement. In my view, this is the only way. We need to be prepared. The revolution is visible in our workplaces, and I think that we need to work on the new tempo, on the new kind of activities. Because on the other hand, in perspective for 2-3 years, we will have not only technology unemployment, we can have many psycho-sociological problems with people which will feel unneeded to the rest of the society and to the economy. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for covering also the systemic risks. And I'm wondering if it could be boiled down to saying that really some of the psychosocial risks are really amplified by this new situation, and also that the sense of agency and personal autonomy matter so much. Thank you so much. And we will move on. So if you have any questions, please take notes, because there will be time to ask, and there will be a discussion later on. And now we will move on to the final presentation by Professor Maria Ganja, who will discuss the AI at scale, lessons from the front line. That's the title.
Thank you very much. It's my great pleasure to be here, and thank you very much for invitation. I thought that I will start my presentation from the joke. I have two news, bad and good. The bad news is still presentation in front of you. The good news is the last one. Okay, so I'm going to talk about digital transformation from a little bit different point of view, because I'm a researcher. I'm doing AI in my everyday life, because research, it's not just job, it's your life. So I was looking at the beginning, I was looking at the definition. And I have found this one on the webpage of McKinsey. If you know, McKinsey is a consulting company for business. And so it's not a surprise that they are speaking about business. But I really like the one word in this definition, reimagining. So this is a reimagining business and society. And it's obvious. And in this process, reimagining business, society, education, relationship, labor safety, protection, and so on, it's definite that we can use AI, which could be a most powerful enabler on this road. And also is quite obvious that if we are thinking about digital transformation and real changing, we have to apply AI on a big scale. What does it mean, this scale? And do we really can do the AI on a big scale? So right now we are witnessing of the AI revolution, generative AI. During 2-3 years, we are wondering how long the people will be required for this planet. Maybe AI can do it by itself, okay? Of course, we are seeing the hallucination and so on, but still we are thinking that the best time in front of us, okay? Also, I will come back to this big model a little bit later, but right now I'd like to just follow what Philip demonstrate you different examples. So this is example of not so big model which could be applied in different domains. So it's like domain-oriented model. Probably all of you have heard about AlphaFold and the big success of AlphaFold, which can predict the protein 3D structure, and it means that we can produce a better drug, quickly this drug, because we are the host of this conference. It's Institute for Labor Protection, so I definitely choose the cobot as an example. And one of my favorite cobot, it's a cobot which produces growing the strawberries. Perfect, yes. I think that's a good news for everybody who do not have an allergy and likes strawberry. I hope the smell and taste still good. And the cobot which support people on the working place, people with disability, and so on. But if we think about this, all of this example still looks like pilot. Just separate example which we don't see right now on the big scale around. Again, I will come back to this situation in a moment because I'd like to show you what we did with CHOP Institute recently. But right now, let's move on, and I promise you that I come back to the big model. What we discovered during these 3 years, big models means big problems. And what kind of problems? First of all, big data. These models need big data. I don't know if you have heard what Sam Altman said recently, that they cannot issue ChatGPT-5 because it's not enough data in the world. Also, all this data, it's not just data what can produce all our device. They have to be prepared, pre-processed, labeled, and so on. And who will do it? Or who are doing it? Human people. So people are working for big model. Of course, explainability, just forget it for now. We are started to work on it, but not explainability in big model. Knowledge generalization also doesn't work. But if we'll solve this problem, all this problem, if this happen, we will imagine how to create and new data, how to explain this model, and so on. It can happen that the planet on which we will live will be like from Dune movie. Sand, warm, and what's the name of these people who survived? Fremen, thank you. So maybe we will be a Fremen, and this is, I don't know if this is the future what we are going to build on. But I told you about the small model, or we called it frugal AI. Maybe this is a solution. We already see that the business react on the price, on the problem, and moving towards a smaller model. So here is an example, NVIDIA or even Microsoft. Apropos, I don't know if you have heard that CEO of Microsoft express this, his, let's say, big criticism toward AI and including AI in the future product of Microsoft. This is interesting. You have heard probably about DeepSeek. You know, my student a couple of weeks ago ran DeepSeek on his computer. It's not just like super duper computer, it's just like 2 years ago was bought and right now it's still working, can work with DeepSeek. And the result was comparable with what ChatGPT can produce. So maybe frugal AI or responsible AI, which is sustainable, which is accessible, maybe this is a solution. And this is a time for example. My frugal AI, of course, it's not my frugal AI, it's our team who did it with a CHOP, and there are a couple of persons who are here and participate in this. It was a pilot within a European project, Assist IoT. This project finished around almost a year ago. Pilot, I told you about pilot, okay. So the task, or what problem we were trying to solve. It's a health monitoring, dangerous zone alert, protective gear monitoring and control, and fall apart. Fall detection, sorry. We did it. It took us around a year. The pilot or information about pilot looks absolutely beautiful. I think that Anna can recognize this picture. This is a place where we did this pilot, and this is a camera. It's just normal camera. It's nothing very special. And camera was able to discover that the one of the worker has no this helmet. This is, you see this sign of our project. So the device what we used was really, really weak. This smartwatch, it was the cheapest smartwatch what we can buy. It was a requirement from the company because if you have 1,000 workers, even $20 smartwatch for everybody, it's quite a sum. What was good, that company already used BEAM, so digital image of the construction's place, so we can assign the zone which are dangerous. So immediately as the worker is coming to the zone, on the smartwatch appears alert, come on, come on, come on, stop, you are on the wrong place. So this is what we did, and I told you, it took us almost a year. And this solution is, unfortunately, device-dependent. It's not that we can just leave this solution and use it. Yes, it's open source, you can use it, but you have to have the same watch, the same camera, and so on. And this is, I think, that the good moment to finish my presentation almost on time. There is no silver bullet. There is problem where we really need big model. But do not try use big model for all possible problem. Maybe it will be completely enough to restricted knowledge which we are delivering to this big model and make this model smaller but better, like AlphaFold. About human, respect human, you have had in all previous presentation. Human in the loop, human driven, and so on. Yes, as soon as human does not feel comfortable, he has to have a red button to push it and to stop it. one more problem. I didn't include it in my slide. It came to my mind when I was here listening the previous presentation. Thank you very much again, Michal, also you, because it was in some way you. We don't know what will happen at the moment if we combine all these small AI-based application, like what we did, in the big systems. It can happen like, I don't know if you have had Star Wars. It's not a movie, it was a political decision in 1980s, let's say. And the pioneer of software engineering, David Parnas, in 1985, he stopped his collaboration with Pentagon because he disagreed with decision about creation of such huge system like Star Wars, because system is so complex that we cannot imagine what can happen while all the parts of the system are working absolutely perfect. The combination could be a killer. So, digital transformation, yes, but for humanity, not for technical pleasure. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for this interactive and dynamic presentation. So I would like to leave it open to you because we still have time. We still have half an hour. Are there any questions that you would like to ask to any of the panelists?
So thank you very much. Francesco Santi from ENSPON, the European Federation of OSH Professionals. Just collecting from this really fantastic presentation, I was wondering if we can think to artificial intelligence, we are thinking at it, for our main activity. So we are OSH professional, we are in the middle between employers, employees, and inspectors, and our job is risk assessment. And so artificial intelligence used for risk assessment could be probably an instrument to develop and to increase safety and to go beyond our limits that in more over all the country we are in a plateau. We have the same number of dead injuries in last 10 years. And at the same time, I think that it could be really useful for inspector to have artificial intelligence for companies' inspection. And so we can develop all together an artificial, perhaps a small application of artificial intelligence just for this purpose. What do you think about this? What could be opportunity and threats with this kind of application? Thank you.
Is there a question for Professor, for everyone? Okay.
So I will start. I think it could be very useful. But on the other hand, we need to remember that we need to start with deep analysis of procedures taken by inspectors and used by inspectors, if it should be useful for them. And also I think that the list of potential risks should be prepared, not closed list, yes, because probably when we are looking at the development and the growth of augmented jobs, we need that year by year it is something new in the collaboration between people, workers, and machines and artificial intelligence. So I think it is very important. And in addition, this kind of pilot project could be, this is my imagination and expectation, could be started in all European member states for equality, yes, because I think it would be very, very important to say that, okay, this is in Belgium, this is in France, this is in Poland. And in addition, I think it should be established in cooperation with HR leaders, something like that, because it could be very useful also for them, for better HR management.
Yeah, I think you asked really about two sides, no? The inspection side and the prevention side. On the inspection side, there are inspectorates already using AI to carry out prioritization based on objective data that then can be analyzed to identify which enterprises they should visit first with the limited resources. So based on data that they can pull from various administrative sources. So it's a sort of efficiency measure. And I think certainly also helping the individual inspector to identify systematically areas to look at. But I think always a companion to that human element. And I would say also that in the prevention space as well for the employer. You wouldn't want to envisage a situation where you're pressing a button and getting a risk assessment out of it. But it could well be an interesting assistance. So we have our own online interactive risk assessment tool for small businesses, and we work with other such tools around Europe. And what our research recently has shown is how those tools are being used not only for risk assessment, but also by prevention experts to help employers, specifically in small enterprises, to engage with health and safety and understand what it is, rather than say to one extreme where they're saying, oh, health and safety, I have to pay 300 euros to a consultant and they're going to give me some files that'll sit on my shelf. They're saying, no, we're going to carry out a risk assessment for you and I'm going to take you through using this online tool what it means. Now, if that tool was then using artificial intelligence so that it was more natural language, OSH assistant, rather than a sort of more clunky traditional check-based tool, then yeah, I'm all for it. But I think that human element has to stay there, and obviously the individual employer responsibility for carrying out that risk assessment as well.
Okay. Anyone else?
Maybe just a short comment. It's remind me my student. As soon as I'm talking about problem, let's do it. Okay, so but let's stop. And at first, I think that yes, it's absolutely possible. It's absolutely required because I'm not in love with AI, but I am very aware that AI could be a very good supporter or assistant in this. AI can notice a different things what people just missed just because. But the problem is that we also should be aware that humans should deliver the knowledge to AI. So you need inspectors who will share their knowledge. You need data for this. And okay, so it's possible, but again, it's a fighting with the data and with the time, because usually human inspector, they are working all the day, so they have to have some extra hours or whatever. So yes and no.
Thank you so much. Yes.
Yes, thank you. Chris de Meester, Federation of Enterprises in Belgium and Business Europe. Maybe a question to both professors, and this is about fairness and bias in relation to digital technology, AI, but especially in comparison to human decision-making. So with our Federation of HR, Human Resources Managers, we found very little conference, very little literature about fairness and bias in human decision-making. A lot on discrimination, yes, but fairness and bias in human decision-making. Suddenly it's a big fuss now that we talk about using digital systems and AI. And one example, we did, one of the companies did a research among workers, and this was about using digital technology to assess performance, to assess tasks, and to recruit people. And so it was demonstrated that the digital system had less bias and was much fairer than the human decision making, still the workers preferred the unfair or possibly unfair, and they preferred the human bias of the supervisor. Why? Because they all believed they still could influence the decision making, that they could alter and change the perception of the manager. So how do you deal with that? That's the real world.
You are lucky one that your system is less biased than human. So usually system more biased than human because human didn't notice their biased. I give you an example. It's very strange or funny example, or maybe sad example. Recently, I was discussing some of the problem with my colleague who is working with a medical doctor in cardiology domain. So they're analyzing EKG signals and so on. And he told me the following things. They have a big problem with data. Why? Because they have a lot of data for men, white men after 60 with heart disease, but almost no data for women after 60 with heart disease. Everything is fair. So we are dealing with this on different ways. It's just technical stuff. I will not talk about this, but our world is biased. Our life is biased. So this is a problem what we are fighting all the time when we are dealing with all kind of data. Sometimes we do not see this bias in this data.
Yeah, if I can add something, congratulations, yes, for you and for your company. I think that if we want to counteract some biases, we need to take into account two aspects. Firstly, what kind of collection of data we have. If this collection of data is complete, fair, with a good proportion and the proper proportion between men and women, for example, if it is, or generations, for example, if it is okay, so we can train artificial intelligence on those collections of data. But on the other hand, we need to remember about the phenomenon of replication, the biases. Replication coming from the real life. If, for example, we have healthcare systems and there are some inequalities in those systems, and we want to one-to-one digitize and use algorithms and artificial intelligence to make this system much more efficient, very often this is the process of replication of hidden biases or hidden discrimination living in those data. Yeah? So the idea of checking those high-risk artificial intelligence systems in the European Union was based on the situation in which the creator and the producer of those systems should take into account all those aspects earlier, ex ante, because confirmation assessment due to AI regulation should be done ex ante. This is very important. And I think this is the only way, and again, congratulations, because it means that your data is the most proper, yes, used for active HR management.
Sorry, Chris, I'll come in. I'm far from being a professor, but I do have to. You asked about success factors as well, and I wanted to point to a couple of case studies that we published recently about the introduction of AI worker management. There were two companies, one in Belgium, the other one in Italy, in the automotive manufacturing sector. And they're very different. In one of them, the AI worker management system was introduced very successfully. The workers, as you say, I mean, they actually welcomed the fact that all of their work was highly visible and it was being presented uniformly, if you like. In the other one, it was awful. The point was that before this technology was introduced in that first enterprise, and I'm not going to say whether it was Belgium or Italy, there was already quite a sense of distrust between the workers and the management. And putting this system in just increased that sense of distrust. Whereas in the other one, there was a positive feeling between management and the workers, and the technology was introduced following those points I said, participation in the design and the rollout and all the rest of it. So I think, as the professor said, it's not a silver bullet. And in fact, it can exaggerate differences that are there already. If you have a bad situation, it could well make it worse. If you have a good one, it could make it even better.
Thank you. We have another question here.
Hello, this is Marina Kouyalis from the Department of Labor Inspection from Cyprus. First of all, I would like to thank the presenters for their informative presentations. And I would like to raise an issue about the technical knowledge and the training of the inspectors, that they are conducting inspections and they are forced to investigate work accidents. I think this is a very big issue about this training, because having an accident with a cobalt or a robot, especially an accident that has to do with software, this is a very big issue, because I believe that the inspectors right now might not be able to investigate that kind of accident with a software of the cobalt or a robot. What is your opinion? Thank you.
I have it here. So I would start by referring to William's presentation on that bigger risk, which was about skills. And it concerns all of us, right? Because if we don't have the skills to do our job, inspector or other, it's just impossible. And that then all the other risks just kick in, psychosocial, mental health. And that's why also there is this huge focus on skilling, reskilling, upskilling at European, national, everywhere. And despite the efforts, our feeling is always it's never enough, because the amount of new skills and the speed of training is such that there is a huge need, and the offer is always too limited. So for you, the answer is a big yes, but that needs to be tackled at every level, right? First national, and with all the problems that we know, time, money, motivation. But without skills, there's no way we succeed this transformation.
Just one word, sorry, that I think that not only this non-stop learning and so on, but I think also it's very important collaboration. There is no possibility to know everything. But if we are good in conversation, in asking and listening, I think it can solve a problem. So maybe some extra skills, soft skills.
Excellent, thank you.
So just
Yes?
No, I was just going to add, I think that the main challenge maybe for the employer rather than the inspector. The employer needs to know whether they're putting in place new equipment or robot or whatever that is actually safe and they've taken the correct measures. On a farm, if somebody gets kicked by the cow, the employer can't say it was the cow's fault. You didn't separate the cow from the other person, no? So I think that, those principles, certainly as far as the inspection is concerned, would hold. Whether then there's a more systematic problem, I think, is a wider question.
if I can add 2 points. Firstly, when it is related to those high-risk systems, there is the obligation during the process of confirmation to prepare the whole documentation. This documentation is gathered by the proper European institution, and after incident, the inspector or some additional people should have access to this documentation and analyze precisely what was the real reason of this incident. Yeah? So this is the first. The second is related to skills. I fully agree, but in my mind there is something completely new, and I think that we need to talk not only about new skills, but the program of adaptability program. Because very often we are using the expression digital literacy. In my mind, we need digital and also AI literacy in our times, yes? So it requires to teach people from the early time, from school and so on, and during the professional activity. And it should be, in my mind, it should be financed by employers, but also by public institutions. There is no more duty for public institutions for now than to prepare workforce, European workforce, all of us, to live in the middle of this digital game changer in which we exist.
Thank you so much. And maybe building on that, I would like to ask you, Luisa and William, to maybe elaborate a little bit on how is the EU, OSHA, and the European Commission collaborating, or what's the intersection between them in order to pave the way through all those complexities for us?
Maybe I'll start. The short answer to the collaboration is very well, thank you. Now how we work together is a bit more complex than that. But I mean, I spoke about it a bit during my presentation. We are all part, and many of us here are all part of a group of institutions that just need to fit together if we want to look at health and safety of workers in an holistic way. You know, of course, employers, of course, workers themselves too, but also rule makers, those that provide the research before, that do the campaigns. And the way we do it is by speaking all the time, but also through more systematic planning of where we want to go, and not only William knowing what the agency should be doing in the next years, but also how does it fit in the wider agenda. Because if we are pushing, you know, for all this digitalisation to happen, and if we want it to be for humanity, because we all want it to be for humanity, then everything else needs to fit. And that includes also the work program of OSHA.
Yeah, I mean, I think we work really closely and very well. But we are just two of a much larger ecosystem, as Luisa says, and many are here in the room today. And I think, you know, within the world of OSH, we are fortunate in working together in this tripartite manner. And certainly, I think for the agency, it's a really privileged position to be, on the one hand, gathering information and new data and new analysis to be able to feed in and support those debates, but then also to be on the side where we're supporting the implementation, the simplification by helping employers with tools and guidance, and ensuring that, you know, we're able to meet these challenges in the best way possible, and not to forget that, you know, a decent job is such an important determinant of good health and good outcomes. And when we have new technology, it needs to be introduced on the basis of what is needed, not the basis of what is possible. It mustn't be led simply by technology. As social animals, we need contact. And I think we saw that with the reaction after the COVID, enormous levels of teleworking, and then a sort of like, oh my goodness, you know, everybody's alone, everybody's starting to feel isolated, let's bring them back. So though, I think, you know, there's a lot of insights, a lot of changes that we've got to help monitor, and we're really happy to work with the Commission and everybody else to do that.
Yeah, and in the Commission, what are some priorities for this year?
Well,
Only priorities.
Well, certainly prioritization is a difficult task when you are in a public body, right? Because depending to whom you speak, the priorities are different, but someone has to choose. So it's never easy. I would say if I look at health and safety, at work, the immediate delivery ahead would be an update on carcinogens. So not linked to our digital, well, not directly linked to our digital transformation, but certainly key to protection of workers. And then the update of the two directives that I mentioned on the workplace directive and display equipment digital equipment. Yes, you know better than me. I keep confusing the DSE, in short. So this is my team that deals with health and safety. Broader than that, of course, we are working on a right to disconnect. So this also has an impact, because most of the problems coming from this always-on culture are because of digitalization. I would argue, but this is very personal, that not only about digitalization in the world of work, it's because how the world is that also we don't know how to disconnect. So it's broader. That's my feeling. But of course, that you cannot legislate. And we are looking at algorithm management. So on whether there are gaps still following the AI Act, following the platform work, whether there is something where there is a gap that is not sufficiently protecting workers in what concerns AI at work. I would say those are the main work strengths that are relevant here.
Excellent, thank you. Any questions? I'm just scanning the room for hands up, but I'm not seeing any. Is there one? Yeah, thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Koen Vergulik from TNO. So in the discussions we've had today, it reminds me of a book written by Kasparov. He was beaten, before the start of this century in chess, and he was the world champion. He was very angry about it for 20 years. But then he came to insight that, well, actually, we work better together with AI. So chess becomes better with humans and AI combining. I see a lot of looking backward, how things are bad, but I saw a bit of how things are good. So are we at the tipping point? Are we still there? Or going to be in denial for a couple of years before we start engaging? That's for you, please.
No, I mean, I can come back. I would say, it needs to be driven by needs, as I said, not by the technology and what is possible. So AI can be a fantastic enhancement, but if it's being used to, or if we're automating, to speak more broadly, we're automating to the level where people are no longer feeling that work is a supportive part of their life. We talk a lot about individuals' resilience, but actually interacting at work and the support of co-workers and the atmosphere at work is an essential part. It has been for years, of people feeling that their work is meaningful, that they feel that they're able to push through maybe difficult periods. And if we set up a system that's maybe highly efficient on paper, but is resulting in people working in very isolated and very specialized manners, and we're reducing that human contact, then we're already seeing how mental health issues are over time representing a larger and larger proportion of sick leave, and that will for sure be accelerated. So I think we need to absolutely be sure that we take advantage of automation and AI where it delivers value, but without losing sight of what the essence of work is.
And just to confirm or support what William said right now, I have a long conversation with one of the lovers or ex-lovers Go, you know, this Chinese game, and he told me that it was a big disappointing moment when the AlphaGo beat once and then second time the best gamers. And the society of Go gamers just split it. One of them stopped game at all. There is nothing what you can do. And another one, they started to use AI, and so who is right? I don't know. But interesting that the people who started to game with AI, they witnessing that AI can create absolutely unbelievable combination, which took people like 1 million years to reach this level. So yes, it can support, but if you don't feel that you are good in this, just leave it.
Just 2 points. Firstly, the expression equilibrium. I think it is very important to understand what kind of advantages artificial intelligence, non-limited artificial intelligence, can bring to us as humans and to humanity. But on the other hand, to consider what kind of human control is needed for equilibrium. And I think that this is not only regulation, that this is some kind of attitude. And what is more important is the question that when we are discussing, for example, on regulation, some people are asking, what do you want in the European Union? You want to regulate artificial intelligence. It is impossible. Yes, this is impossible. This is creative technology. But we can regulate or prepare some norms for using artificial intelligence. And this is the key challenge, how to use it, with what kind of values over us to use this artificial intelligence. And finally, I think that nobody all over the world knows what will be the future of artificial intelligence in perspective 10, 15, 20 years. And this is, of course, mystery, fantastic mystery for the future.
Wonderful. And so I would, just jumping on that, just would like to refer back to what you said, Professor Ganja, about the group aspect of problem solving in this issue, and how we need human collaboration in between humans and raising of self-awareness in terms of understanding how biases work, and also this human collaboration for the common good of humanity. Thank you so much for your insights, and thank you to my panelists. Thank you, Maria Luisa Cabral. Thank you. A big round of applause. Thank you, William Cockburn-Salazar. Thank you, Dr. Michał Boni, and thank you, Professor Maria Ganja. So I would just like to make an announcement that it is now 3. and it is time for a half-hour coffee break. But because we are paperless and you may not remember about the program, I want to remind you that we will be splitting into 2 separate rooms for the next session. So there will be session 1, entitled The Digital Future of Occupational Safety and Health from the Scientific Perspective, organized in cooperation with the Polish network, and it will be held in... May I have your attention just for a moment? It will be hard, everyone's thirsty for coffee. So, the Digital Future, the Polish network session in room Lublin A. Whereas, and there will be no simultaneous translation, so if you're not a speaker of English, then please stay here. And here will be held the session number 2, the pros and cons of digital transformation. And translation will be provided. Also, if you don't attend the other session, you will have a recap tomorrow during the concluding session. So the choice is yours. And since we are not meeting here anymore today, all together, then I'm saying farewell, and I will see you tomorrow on day 2 at 8:30 a.m. here in room Krakow. Thank you, and I wish you a wonderful next session and afternoon and evening.
Zastanawiacie się czasami, dlaczego i w jaki sposób praca może nam szkodzić, albo co zrobić, żeby była bezpieczna? W tym filmie opowiem Wam o miejscu, w którym powstały laboratoria unikatowe na skalę krajową czy wręcz światową, o jednostce badawczej, której kadra naukowa ma za zadanie dbać o zdrowie i życie człowieka w środowisku pracy, czyli o nas wszystkich. Zapraszam Was do obejrzenia filmu serii przedstawiającej możliwości badawcze i naukowe Centralnego Instytutu Ochrony Pracy Państwowego Instytutu Badawczego. Instytucji, której pracownicy na co dzień zajmują się zagadnieniami z obszaru bezpieczeństwa, higieny oraz ergonomii pracy, dzięki czemu znają je od podszewki. Czy wiecie, że rzeczy pozornie błahe albo takie, z których obecności nie zdajemy sobie sprawy, mogą zagrażać naszemu zdrowiu i życiu? Na przykład niewłaściwie dobrane krzesło może spowodować uszkodzenie kręgosłupa czy doprowadzić do złamania kości. Poważne konsekwencje przynosi także praca w narażeniu na substancje, które mogą być rakotwórcze lub mutagenne, na szkodliwy hałas czy wibracje oraz czynniki biologiczne. XXI wiek to czas wielkich osiągnięć technologicznych, przemysłowych i komunikacyjnych, który jednak nie jest wolny od poważnych zagrożeń chemicznych i biologicznych, potrafiących w krótkim czasie sparaliżować lub przewrócić do góry nogami życie całych społeczeństw. W skrajnych przypadkach może dochodzić nawet do śmierci na masową skalę i trwałych zmian zdrowotnych u części społeczeństwa, jak przekonaliśmy się podczas pandemii wirusa SARS-CoV-2. Nadzieja w nauce? Bezsprzecznie. Wiele dziedzin życia ma swoich naukowych opiekunów, którzy w prowadzonych przez siebie badaniach szukają wskazówek pozwalających zapewnić nam wszystkim lepszą przyszłość. W obszarze bezpieczeństwa i zdrowia w pracy taką rolę odgrywa Centralny Instytut Ochrony Pracy, Państwowy Instytut Badawczy, jednostka naukowa działająca już od 1950 roku. Misją Instytutu jest prowadzenie badań dotyczących problematyki kształtowania warunków pracy zgodnie z psychofizycznymi możliwościami człowieka. A po polsku? Chodzi o to, aby pracownik swoje zadania wykonywał w bezpiecznych i dostosowanych do jego potrzeb warunkach, które nie wpłyną negatywnie na jego zdrowie ani teraz, ani w przyszłości. Instytut prowadzi badania naukowe, prace rozwojowe i realizuje wszelkie inne zadania pozwalające poznawać możliwości i ograniczenia człowieka w obecnych i przyszłych procesach pracy, uwzględniając osoby w różnym wieku i z różnymi niepełnosprawnościami. Naukowcy przygotowują liczne analizy, oceny i ekspertyzy, których wyniki są niejednokrotnie wdrażane w życie. Czy to w postaci praktycznych rozwiązań wprowadzanych przez pracodawców i pracowników, czy na skalę krajową poprzez zmiany w zaleceniach, normach i przepisach. Jednostka o podobnym charakterze jak Centralny Instytut Ochrony Pracy powstała jeszcze przed II wojną światową, ale skupiano się w niej głównie na konstruowaniu prostych urządzeń technicznych. Jej spadkobierca, CIOP-PIP, to już instytucja przyszłości. Tutaj się bada, analizuje, tworzy, projektuje, modeluje i można by tak jeszcze długo wymieniać. akredytowane laboratoria, dziesiątki projektów krajowych i międzynarodowych, badania naukowe i prace rozwojowe, współpracę z wieloma instytucjami i organizacjami działającymi w obszarze bezpieczeństwa pracy i ochrony zdrowia na całym świecie. A przy tym szeroko zakrojone kampanie informacyjne i społeczne. Jak oni to robią? Obecnie Centralny Instytut Ochrony Pracy ulokowany jest w Warszawie i w Łodzi. Warszawska siedziba mieści się w 2 budynkach. W pierwszym z nich, siedmiokondygnacyjnym, znajdują się zarówno laboratoria, jak i zaplecze administracyjne. Ale prawdziwe cudo jest tuż obok. To oddany do użytku w 2015 roku nowoczesny kompleks laboratoriów, Centrum Badań i Rozwoju Technik Bezpieczeństwa, Procesów Pracy i Środowiska, w skrócie TechSafeBio. Budynek powstał dzięki dofinansowaniu ze środków Europejskiego Funduszu Rozwoju Regionalnego. Na 6000 m2 działa tutaj kilkanaście specjalistycznych laboratoriów, m.in. badań sprawności sensorycznej i psychoruchowej, diagnozy i adaptacji psychospołecznej, modelowania warunków oświetleniowych, badań mechanicznych maszyn i środków transportu pionowego, technik bezpieczeństwa w systemach sterowania, rzeczywistości wirtualnej, badań nanoaerozoli i bioaerozoli, markerów mikrobiologicznych, audiometrii i badań akustycznych, badań zagrożeń elektromagnetycznych i elektrostatycznych. Wiele z tych laboratoriów poznacie lepiej w kolejnych filmach. To tutaj wykorzystuje się rzeczywistość wirtualną, modelowanie i symulacje komputerowe do prowadzenia badań naukowych. Także tutaj prowadzi się badania z udziałem ludzi, ponieważ nie wszystko jeszcze można uchwycić w modelach matematycznych. Centralny Instytut Ochrony Pracy to nie tylko budynki, laboratoria i nowoczesny sprzęt. To przede wszystkim ludzie. Jest tu obecnie zatrudnionych 250 osób, w tym wielu pracowników naukowych z pokaźnym dorobkiem i tytułami naukowymi. Efekty ich prac są doceniane i nagradzane w kraju i za granicą. Nie do przecenienia jest wkład Instytutu w pomoc instytucjom państwa i gospodarce w kształtowaniu środowiska pracy i życia z uwzględnieniem wymagań kilkudziesięciu dyrektyw Unii Europejskiej z tego obszaru, w których treść zresztą Instytut często wnosi istotny wkład merytoryczny. Za swoje opracowania tylko w 2019 roku otrzymali oni 2 złote medale i 1 srebrny na targach wynalazczości Innova Croatia 2019, złoty medal i dyplom za wynalazczość przyznany przez Politechnikę w Bukareszcie i 2 złote laury innowacyjności w konkursie imienia Stanisława Staszica organizowanym przez Naczelną Organizację Techniczną. A do tego w wyniku oceny działalności naukowej i badawczo-rozwojowej jednostek naukowych Instytut otrzymał najwyższą kategorię A. Mają się tu czym pochwalić. I chwalą się. Przede wszystkim dbając o to, aby wyniki prowadzonych prac trafiały do jak najszerszego grona odbiorców. Istotny element działalności Instytutu to upowszechnienie wyników prac w czasopismach naukowych i branżowych, w internecie, a także podczas konferencji naukowych, szkoleń, seminariów czy sympozjów. Instytut jest obecny zarówno na profesjonalnych, międzynarodowych targach branżowych, jak i na organizowanych lokalnie wystawach czy piknikach edukacyjnych. A gdyby tego jeszcze było mało, udowadnia się tutaj, że świat sztuki i świat pracy mają wiele wspólnego. Dowodem są liczne konkursy fotograficzne, filmowe, plastyczne, czy mój ulubiony, konkurs na plakat bezpieczeństwa pracy. Znajdziecie tu bardzo fajne plakaty związane z różnymi aspektami BHP. Śmiało możecie zamówić taką oryginalną i przy tym niosącą ważny przekaz dekorację do domu czy biura. Krzepiąca jest wiadomość, że Instytut dba o nasze zdrowie i życie, nie tylko w miejscu pracy, korzystając z szerokiego doświadczenia, kompetencji i możliwości. Teraz już wiecie, gdzie szukać rzetelnych informacji i pomocy w tak ważnym obszarze, jakim jest bezpieczeństwo i zdrowie w pracy. W tym filmie to tyle. Zapraszam do obejrzenia pozostałych materiałów z cyklu. Więcej informacji o Centralnym Instytucie Ochrony Pracy znajdziecie w opisie filmu i na stronie internetowej www.ciop.pl. Dziękuję za wizytę i do usłyszenia. Zastanawiacie się czasami, dlaczego i w jaki sposób praca może nam szkodzić, albo co zrobić, żeby była bezpieczna? W tym filmie opowiem Wam o miejscu, w którym powstały laboratoria unikatowe na skalę krajową czy wręcz światową, o jednostce badawczej, której kadra naukowa ma za zadanie dbać o zdrowie i życie człowieka w środowisku pracy, czyli o nas wszystkich. Zapraszam Was do obejrzenia filmu serii przedstawiającej możliwości badawcze i naukowe Centralnego Instytutu Ochrony Pracy Państwowego Instytutu Badawczego, instytucji, której pracownicy na co dzień zajmują się zagadnieniami z obszaru bezpieczeństwa, higieny oraz ergonomii pracy, dzięki czemu znają je od podszewki. Czy wiecie, że rzeczy pozornie błahe albo takie, z których obecności nie zdajemy sobie sprawy, mogą zagrażać naszemu zdrowiu i życiu? Na przykład niewłaściwie dobrane krzesło może spowodować uszkodzenie kręgosłupa czy doprowadzić do złamania kości. Poważne konsekwencje przynosi także praca w narażeniu na substancje, które mogą być rakotwórcze lub mutagenne, na szkodliwy hałas czy wibracje oraz czynniki biologiczne. XXI wiek to czas wielkich osiągnięć technologicznych, przemysłowych i komunikacyjnych, który jednak nie jest wolny od poważnych zagrożeń chemicznych i biologicznych, potrafiących w krótkim czasie sparaliżować lub przewrócić do góry nogami życie całych społeczeństw. W skrajnych przypadkach może dochodzić nawet do śmierci na masową skalę i trwałych zmian zdrowotnych u części społeczeństwa, jak przekonaliśmy się podczas pandemii wirusa SARS-CoV-2. Nadzieja w nauce? Bezsprzecznie. Wiele dziedzin życia ma swoich naukowych opiekunów, którzy w prowadzonych przez siebie badaniach szukają wskazówek pozwalających zapewnić nam wszystkim lepszą przyszłość. W obszarze bezpieczeństwa i zdrowia w pracy taką rolę odgrywa Centralny Instytut Ochrony Pracy, Państwowy Instytut Badawczy, jednostka naukowa działająca już od 1950 roku. Misją Instytutu jest prowadzenie badań dotyczących problematyki kształtowania warunków pracy zgodnie z psychofizycznymi możliwościami człowieka. A po polsku? Chodzi o to, aby pracownik swoje zadania wykonywał w bezpiecznych i dostosowanych do jego potrzeb warunkach, które nie wpłyną negatywnie na jego zdrowie ani teraz, ani w przyszłości. Instytut prowadzi badania naukowe, prace rozwojowe i realizuje wszelkie inne zadania pozwalające poznawać możliwości i ograniczenia człowieka w obecnych i przyszłych procesach pracy, uwzględniając osoby w różnym wieku i z różnymi niepełnosprawnościami. Naukowcy przygotowują liczne analizy, oceny i ekspertyzy, których wyniki są niejednokrotnie wdrażane w życie. Czy to w postaci praktycznych rozwiązań wprowadzanych przez pracodawców i pracowników, czy na skalę krajową poprzez zmiany w zaleceniach, normach i przepisach. Jednostka o podobnym charakterze jak Centralny Instytut Ochrony Pracy powstała jeszcze przed II wojną światową, ale skupiano się w niej głównie na konstruowaniu prostych urządzeń technicznych. Jej spadkobierca, CIOP-PIP, to już instytucja przyszłości. Tutaj się bada, analizuje, tworzy, projektuje, modeluje i można by tak jeszcze długo wymieniać. Akredytowane laboratoria, dziesiątki projektów krajowych i międzynarodowych, badania naukowe i prace rozwojowe, współpracę z wieloma instytucjami i organizacjami działającymi w obszarze bezpieczeństwa pracy i ochrony zdrowia na całym świecie. A przy tym szeroko zakrojone kampanie informacyjne i społeczne. Jak oni to robią? Obecnie Centralny Instytut Ochrony Pracy ulokowany jest w Warszawie i w Łodzi. Warszawska siedziba mieści się w 2 budynkach. W pierwszym z nich, 7-kondygnacyjnym, znajdują się zarówno laboratoria, jak i zaplecze administracyjne. Ale prawdziwe cudo jest tuż obok. To oddany do użytku w 2015 roku nowoczesny kompleks laboratoriów, Centrum Badań i Rozwoju Technik Bezpieczeństwa, Procesów Pracy i Środowiska, w skrócie TechSafeBio. Budynek powstał dzięki dofinansowaniu ze środków Europejskiego Funduszu Rozwoju Regionalnego. Na 6000 m2 działa tutaj kilkanaście specjalistycznych laboratoriów, m.in. badań sprawności sensorycznej i psychoruchowej, diagnozy i adaptacji psychospołecznej, modelowania warunków oświetleniowych, badań mechanicznych maszyn i środków transportu pionowego, technik bezpieczeństwa w systemach sterowania, rzeczywistości wirtualnej, badań nanoaerozoli i bioaerozoli, markerów mikrobiologicznych, audiometrii i badań akustycznych, badań zagrożeń elektromagnetycznych i elektrostatycznych. Wiele z tych laboratoriów poznacie lepiej w kolejnych filmach. To tutaj wykorzystuje się rzeczywistość wirtualną, modelowanie i symulacje komputerowe do prowadzenia badań naukowych. Także tutaj prowadzi się badania z udziałem ludzi, ponieważ nie wszystko jeszcze można uchwycić w modelach matematycznych. Centralny Instytut Ochrony Pracy to nie tylko budynki, laboratoria i nowoczesny sprzęt, to przede wszystkim ludzie. Jest tu obecnie zatrudnionych 250 osób, w tym wielu pracowników naukowych z pokaźnym dorobkiem i tytułami naukowymi. Efekty ich prac są doceniane i nagradzane w kraju i za granicą. Nie do przecenienia jest wkład Instytutu w pomoc instytucjom państwa i gospodarce w kształtowaniu środowiska pracy i życia z uwzględnieniem wymagań kilkudziesięciu dyrektyw Unii Europejskiej z tego obszaru, w których treść zresztą Instytut często wnosi istotny wkład merytoryczny. Za swoje opracowania tylko w 2019 roku otrzymali oni 2 złote medale i 1 srebrny na targach wynalazczości Innova Croatia 2019. Złoty medal i dyplom za wynalazczość przyznany przez Politechnikę w Bukareszcie i 2 złote laury innowacyjności w konkursie imienia Stanisława Staszica organizowanym przez Naczelną Organizację Techniczną. A do tego w wyniku oceny działalności naukowej i badawczo-rozwojowej jednostek naukowych Instytut otrzymał najwyższą kategorię A. Mają się tu czym pochwalić. I chwalą się. Przede wszystkim dbając o to, aby wyniki prowadzonych prac trafiały do jak najszerszego grona odbiorców. Istotny element działalności Instytutu to upowszechnienie wyników prac w czasopismach naukowych i branżowych, w internecie, a także podczas konferencji naukowych, szkoleń, seminariów czy sympozjów. Instytut jest obecny zarówno na profesjonalnych, międzynarodowych targach branżowych, jak i na organizowanych lokalnie wystawach czy piknikach edukacyjnych. A gdyby tego jeszcze było mało, udowadnia się tutaj, że świat sztuki i świat pracy mają wiele wspólnego. Dowodem są liczne konkursy fotograficzne, filmowe, plastyczne, czy mój ulubiony, konkurs na plakat bezpieczeństwa pracy. Znajdziecie tu bardzo fajne plakaty związane z różnymi aspektami BHP. Śmiało możecie zamówić taką oryginalną i przy tym niosącą ważny przekaz dekorację do domu czy biura. Krzepiąca jest wiadomość, że Instytut dba o nasze zdrowie i życie, nie tylko w miejscu pracy, korzystając z szerokiego doświadczenia, kompetencji i możliwości. Teraz już wiecie, gdzie szukać rzetelnych informacji i pomocy w tak ważnym obszarze, jakim jest bezpieczeństwo i zdrowie w pracy. W tym filmie to tyle. Zapraszam do obejrzenia pozostałych materiałów z cyklu. Więcej informacji o Centralnym Instytucie Ochrony Pracy znajdziecie w opisie filmu i na stronie internetowej www.ciop.pl. Dziękuję za wizytę i do usłyszenia. Zastanawiacie się czasami, dlaczego i w jaki sposób praca może nam szkodzić, albo co zrobić, żeby była bezpieczna? W tym filmie opowiem Wam o miejscu, w którym powstały laboratoria unikatowe na skalę krajową czy wręcz światową, o jednostce badawczej, której kadra naukowa ma za zadanie dbać o zdrowie i życie człowieka w środowisku pracy, czyli o nas wszystkich. Zapraszam Was do obejrzenia filmu serii przedstawiającej możliwości badawcze i naukowe Centralnego Instytutu Ochrony Pracy Państwowego Instytutu Badawczego, instytucji, której pracownicy na co dzień zajmują się zagadnieniami z obszaru bezpieczeństwa, higieny oraz ergonomii pracy, dzięki czemu znają je od podszewki. Czy wiecie, że rzeczy pozornie błahe albo takie, z których obecności nie zdajemy sobie sprawy, mogą zagrażać naszemu zdrowiu i życiu? Na przykład niewłaściwie dobrane krzesło może spowodować uszkodzenie kręgosłupa czy doprowadzić do złamania kości. Poważne konsekwencje przynosi także praca w narażeniu na substancje, które mogą być rakotwórcze lub mutagenne, na szkodliwy hałas czy wibracje oraz czynniki biologiczne. XXI wiek to czas wielkich osiągnięć technologicznych, przemysłowych i komunikacyjnych, który jednak nie jest wolny od poważnych zagrożeń chemicznych i biologicznych, potrafiących w krótkim czasie sparaliżować lub przewrócić do góry nogami życie całych społeczeństw. W skrajnych przypadkach może dochodzić nawet do śmierci na masową skalę i trwałych zmian zdrowotnych u części społeczeństwa, jak przekonaliśmy się podczas pandemii wirusa SARS-CoV-2. Nadzieja w nauce? Bezsprzecznie. Wiele dziedzin życia ma swoich naukowych opiekunów, którzy w prowadzonych przez siebie badaniach szukają wskazówek pozwalających zapewnić nam wszystkim lepszą przyszłość. W obszarze bezpieczeństwa i zdrowia w pracy taką rolę odgrywa Centralny Instytut Ochrony Pracy, Państwowy Instytut Badawczy, jednostka naukowa działająca już od 1950 roku. Misją Instytutu jest prowadzenie badań dotyczących problematyki kształtowania warunków pracy zgodnie z psychofizycznymi możliwościami człowieka. A po polsku? Chodzi o to, aby pracownik swoje zadania wykonywał w bezpiecznych i dostosowanych do jego potrzeb warunkach, które nie wpłyną negatywnie na jego zdrowie ani teraz, ani w przyszłości. Instytut prowadzi badania naukowe, prace rozwojowe i realizuje wszelkie inne zadania pozwalające poznawać możliwości i ograniczenia człowieka w obecnych i przyszłych procesach pracy, uwzględniając osoby w różnym wieku i z różnymi niepełnosprawnościami. Naukowcy przygotowują liczne analizy, oceny i ekspertyzy, których wyniki są niejednokrotnie wdrażane w życie. Czy to w postaci praktycznych rozwiązań wprowadzanych przez pracodawców i pracowników, czy na skalę krajową poprzez zmiany w zaleceniach, normach i przepisach. Jednostka o podobnym charakterze jak Centralny Instytut Ochrony Pracy powstała jeszcze przed II wojną światową, ale skupiano się w niej głównie na konstruowaniu prostych urządzeń technicznych. Jej spadkobierca, CIOP-PIP, to już instytucja przyszłości. Tutaj się bada, analizuje, tworzy, projektuje, modeluje i można by tak jeszcze długo wymieniać. Akredytowane laboratoria, dziesiątki projektów krajowych i międzynarodowych, badania naukowe i prace rozwojowe, współpracę z wieloma instytucjami i organizacjami działającymi w obszarze bezpieczeństwa pracy i ochrony zdrowia na całym świecie. A przy tym szeroko zakrojone kampanie informacyjne i społeczne. Jak oni to robią? Obecnie Centralny Instytut Ochrony Pracy ulokowany jest w Warszawie i w Łodzi. Warszawska siedziba mieści się w 2 budynkach. W pierwszym z nich, 7-kondygnacyjnym, znajdują się zarówno laboratoria, jak i zaplecze administracyjne. Ale prawdziwe cudo jest tuż obok. To oddany do użytku w 2015 roku nowoczesny kompleks laboratoriów, Centrum Badań i Rozwoju Technik Bezpieczeństwa, Procesów Pracy i Środowiska, w skrócie TechSafeBio. Budynek powstał dzięki dofinansowaniu ze środków Europejskiego Funduszu Rozwoju Regionalnego. Na 6000 m2 działa tutaj kilkanaście specjalistycznych laboratoriów, m.in. badań sprawności sensorycznej i psychoruchowej, diagnozy i adaptacji psychospołecznej, modelowania warunków oświetleniowych, badań mechanicznych maszyn i środków transportu pionowego, technik bezpieczeństwa w systemach sterowania, rzeczywistości wirtualnej, badań nanoaerozoli i bioaerozoli, markerów mikrobiologicznych, audiometrii i badań akustycznych, badań zagrożeń elektromagnetycznych i elektrostatycznych. Wiele z tych laboratoriów poznacie lepiej w kolejnych filmach. To tutaj wykorzystuje się rzeczywistość wirtualną, modelowanie i symulacje komputerowe do prowadzenia badań naukowych. Także tutaj prowadzi się badania z udziałem ludzi, ponieważ nie wszystko jeszcze można uchwycić w modelach matematycznych. Centralny Instytut Ochrony Pracy to nie tylko budynki, laboratoria i nowoczesny sprzęt, to przede wszystkim ludzie. Jest tu obecnie zatrudnionych 250 osób, w tym wielu pracowników naukowych z pokaźnym dorobkiem i tytułami naukowymi. Efekty ich prac są doceniane i nagradzane w kraju i za granicą. Nie do przecenienia jest wkład Instytutu w pomoc instytucjom państwa i gospodarce w kształtowaniu środowiska pracy i życia z uwzględnieniem wymagań kilkudziesięciu dyrektyw Unii Europejskiej z tego obszaru, w których treść zresztą Instytut często wnosi istotny wkład merytoryczny. Za swoje opracowania tylko w 2019 roku otrzymali oni 2 złote medale i 1 srebrny na targach wynalazczości Innova Croatia 2019. Złoty medal i dyplom za wynalazczość przyznany przez Politechnikę w Bukareszcie i 2 złote laury innowacyjności w konkursie imienia Stanisława Staszica organizowanym przez Naczelną Organizację Techniczną. A do tego w wyniku oceny działalności naukowej i badawczo-rozwojowej jednostek naukowych Instytut otrzymał najwyższą kategorię A. Mają się tu czym pochwalić. I chwalą się. Przede wszystkim dbając o to, aby wyniki prowadzonych prac trafiały do jak najszerszego grona odbiorców. Istotny element działalności Instytutu to upowszechnienie wyników prac w czasopismach naukowych i branżowych, w internecie, a także podczas konferencji naukowych, szkoleń, seminariów czy sympozjów. Instytut jest obecny zarówno na profesjonalnych, międzynarodowych targach branżowych, jak i na organizowanych lokalnie wystawach czy piknikach edukacyjnych. A gdyby tego jeszcze było mało, udowadnia się tutaj, że świat sztuki i świat pracy mają wiele wspólnego. Dowodem są liczne konkursy fotograficzne, filmowe, plastyczne, czy mój ulubiony, konkurs na plakat bezpieczeństwa pracy. Znajdziecie tu bardzo fajne plakaty związane z różnymi aspektami BHP. Śmiało możecie zamówić taką oryginalną i przy tym niosącą ważny przekaz dekorację do domu czy biura. Krzepiąca jest wiadomość, że Instytut dba o nasze zdrowie i życie, nie tylko w miejscu pracy, korzystając z szerokiego doświadczenia, kompetencji i możliwości. Teraz już wiecie, gdzie szukać rzetelnych informacji i pomocy w tak ważnym obszarze, jakim jest bezpieczeństwo i zdrowie w pracy. W tym filmie to tyle. Zapraszam do obejrzenia pozostałych materiałów z cyklu. Więcej informacji o Centralnym Instytucie Ochrony Pracy znajdziecie w opisie filmu i na stronie internetowej www.ciop.pl. Dziękuję za wizytę i do usłyszenia.
So be kindly seated. We will shortly begin. Welcome in the afternoon session, the parallel session number 2, entitled The Pros and Cons of Digital Transformation. And it is my pleasure to welcome Paula Goff, who is of the Advisory Committee on Safety and Health at Work, an advisory body of the European Commission, who will moderate the session. Paula previously served as Senior Manager of the Health and Safety Authority in Ireland. The floor is yours, Paula.
Thank you, Eva, and welcome everybody, ladies and gentlemen, to this parallel session. Today we have 4 speakers who are going to give their insights into this topic of the pros and cons of digital transformation. I've no doubt that it's going to be very interesting, as we're going to get 4 different perspectives on this topic. So without further ado, may I invite our participants to take a seat. All of you. Giulio? Thank you. Now, one of our participants is actually going to appear online, so we won't get to see him for a while. But while we're here, I'd like to introduce you first to our members. Chris de Meester here is beside me. Chris is chair of the Health and Safety Working Group at Business Europe. He's the chief advisor to the Federation of Belgian Enterprises, specialising in workplace safety and hygiene issues, as well as international social affairs. Chris, I recently found out, is a graduate of chemical and agricultural engineering and also holds a master's in business administration. He is actively involved in health and safety at EU level and is spokesperson for the employer group in the Advisory Committee on Health and Safety at Work to the Commission. He is also a board member of several international institutions. So that's Chris. Sitting beside Chris is Giulio Romani. Giulio was elected Confederation Secretary of ETUC in 2023. He began his trade union activities many years ago in 1996 at, if I'm pronouncing this right, FIBA-CIS, where he was responsible for the northern regions of Italy. He served as General Secretary of FIBA-CIS and later led its merger with the Autonomous Bank Workers Union, creating First CIS. Here he was also General Secretary. He also has extensive experience on labour policy, collective bargaining, economic democracy and international policy. Welcome. Thank you. Then at the end there we have Agnieszka Sowa-Kofta, and Agnieszka is a sociologist, an economist, and is specialising in social policy, long-term care, health care, poverty and marginalisation. In 2024, she was appointed Director of the Institute of Labour and Social Affairs, IPAS. And she is also a member of the Scientific Council of IPAS and the Council of CASE, which is the Centre for Social and Economic Research Foundation. Agnieszka holds a PhD and was a Marie Curie Fellow of the European Commission. She has been involved in considerable research and is the author and co-author of books and scientific publications. Now, while we can't see Frederick, I think we should introduce him anyway. So, Frederick, I'm going to mispronounce this. Oh, he's there. Okay, Frederick, how are you?
That's fine, Paula.
Oh, good to see you. Frederick Destrebeck is the Executive Director of the European Brain Council, EBF. He is responsible for providing strategic direction and leadership while managing the day-to-day operations of EBF and its ongoing relationships with member associates and other stakeholders. He also represents the organisation in various EU and national forums. Frederick served the European Union of Medical Specialists, and he was CEO and also Director for European Affairs. He holds a Master in Political Science, and he also studied in Paris and Wales in the EU Socrates Exchange Programme. I think we've now introduced everybody, and so we'll come back to Chris, and Chris, the floor is yours.
Okay, yeah, good afternoon, all of you. Last time I was in this stadium, actually there, a couple of months ago, Metallica was playing. It was pretty inspiring, and I hope that some of what I will say today will also inspire you in relation to navigating the digital era opportunities and challenges. So first of all, a couple of things, and I will focus, of course, on the occupational safety and health perspective of digitalization and AI. And you see already there, evolution, revolution. I want to say a couple of words about that. And basically, I'm already going to share now what I was going to say on my last slide, and that is our vision as employers, and I think not just as employers, but as social partners. And I'm referring here to the European Framework Agreement of the social partners on digitalization. And basically, our key message to all our members, organizations, businesses, and the workers, our key message is jointly, at least jointly, explore the possibilities, the opportunities linked to using digital technology and AI in relation to what you actually do, the job content, but also in relation to the working conditions, the working organization, and the work relations. Explore the options. So we don't say you have to digitalize. We say explore, jointly discuss, and also deal with challenges if there are any. And we've seen from the professors that there are a couple to deal with. But for that message to pass, it doesn't help. And I heard it already a couple of times in the plenary session, if people use the word revolution or even transition. Because revolution, we are human beings. We resist to change. A revolution sounds bad. Also, this is not a transition. There is no defined starting point, and there is no defined goal where we have to go to. So as soon as people use those words, my key message is weakened because companies and workers will resist. So for me, it's important that we all see this as an evolution. And I think on the next slide, and there is, of course, some change ahead, but not a revolution, not a transformation. And it comes with, that was clear for everybody already, I think, comes with threats and opportunities. But also there is a couple of paradoxes in the whole story. And I already, in my question, there was one paradox where both the employer and the worker were choosing for a not optimum situation, not using a more performant digital technology for assessing the quality of the work, but rather have a more biased system because the idea is I can still influence the system then. But there are more paradoxes, and one of the main paradoxes is industrial revolutions. We are now at 5.0. I will not going to explain in detail, but what is the paradox? That we still have companies that function, and not only companies, organizations that still function the same way as they did in 1975. In a very hierarchical, structured, command and controls type of approach. There are still companies like that, and they are actually quite good in what they do. So again, my message is at least explore. I don't say you per se have to change, you per se have to digitalize the way you work. But also related to this is, what always puzzles me is, I've been in numerous events, conferences on this topic, but all of them are from recent years, let's say 2020, 2025. But you know, the field of AI research, it started in 1956. Already in the 1980s, digitalization was a business, and a lot of businesses were into digitalization. The 90s was a digital winter because there was criticism and investors were backing out. But then, since 2000, machine learning, a couple of years later, deep learning. So what always puzzles me is, we want to, in this field, occupational safety and health, we always talk about new and emerging risks. We talk about being proactive. But over and over and over again, we come late. We trail. So that puzzles me. And soon I will be in Poland again, in Krakow, and there will be, I'm lucky to be part of a global network of, let's say, leading companies, leading in not just in the field of occupational safety and health, but I think leading companies in general. And soon the meeting, I don't know if he's here, Rafal, he will host the meeting in Wrocław, and we get insights in what those businesses are doing. And I'm always puzzled how far away they are from the debate that we are having. They are so far ahead in reality of what we are discussing, and that puzzles me. Why are we not able to bring that to the table? Why are we having the discussion on opportunities and threats linked to digitalization now, and not, for example, in 2003? I mentioned 2003 because that was when Wisdom of the Crowds, crowdsourcing, when that was published. But yet, 2025, we're having this discussion now. So another paradox, I think in the first session was talked about this already, the fear of jobs disappearing. And actually, what we saw in the presentation earlier on, quite a number of jobs will change. The content, the way we perform the job, but not that many jobs will completely disappear. And why is it challenging, or why are people afraid? Because it's relatively easy to predict which kinds of jobs will be affected, but it's very hard to predict what the new jobs will be that will be created. If you take McKinsey or all the other consultants, they have a list of jobs of the future. But if you start reading, it's so general, there is no real job in that list. It's so general. Data analyst and stuff like that you saw 15 years ago, but what does that actually mean? So very difficult to predict what the new jobs will be, and that's why people are a bit scared of everything related to digitalization and AI. Another paradox is, sometimes we can, or we have to substitute people that are working, for example, in heavy-duty jobs or in really hazardous situations. We can use digital technology, we can use robots to actually take that danger away. That's prevention. So that's a paradox again. Sometimes, from the OSH perspective, we have to act there. Some examples here, I will not go in detail. I think you have seen these kind of digital trends. But anyway, this whole discussion that we're having, or everything that is happening right now, AI, digitalization, it will impact the world of work. It will impact what we do, how we do it, and it will probably also impact the nature of the organization. That platform work is one example where the organization of a business is completely different from what we knew in the past. Okay. So the question is, what is the best approach, how to do it? And my business case is not to go for procedures, for assessments, for standards, for compliance, for inspection. My approach is actually to go for this, building a great place to work. And I define a great place to work as a digitalized tech-driven organization where people are able and willing to do their best work. The able, that means for the employer to create the conditions. That is not just the working conditions, that is also learning opportunities, career perspective, all of that. Necessary resources, that's the able. The willing that we heard it also in the plenary session, this is the intrinsic, this is the motivation that has to come from the worker himself. If you can work towards such an organization, you can deal with the challenges and you will grasp the opportunities that are embedded in AI and digitalization. So basically my story is about the presence of something rather than the absence. So traditionally in occupational safety and health, we try to eliminate risks. We go for the absence of accidents. We go for the absence of occupational diseases. In this field, I think it's better to go for the presence of something. And the presence of something there, I mean this culture where this organization, where people are able and willing to do their best work, where you create such an organization. And that means building a digitalisation, technology, safety culture. So a next level of safety culture where digital tools and AI get their place, at least are explored what the options are to use them at the benefit of the creation of that organization that I'm looking for. The policy model, basically, it's about finding a balance between the worker, the individual, with his competence, with his knowledge, but also very important with values and aspirations. And aspirations are very important because we tend to overlook the aspiration of workers. We hire people because of their skill set. They have this diploma, they have this skill set, we hire them for that. But we never ask, or almost never ask, what are your real aspirations? Who do you want to become as a professional? Sometimes people, they don't want to make a promotion and become the team leader. Some people, they want to become the best in their job rather than being a team leader. Others want to be a more generic. I'm a generic. I deal with a lot of topics, industrial relations, health and safety. Other people want to be specialists. If you tend to overlook that, people will not be thriving, will not be able to perform their best work. So the individual, the worker, with all these elements, try to balance that with the actual work situation. What is the work situation? That's the job that you do. It's also the working conditions in terms of pay, leave. If people are not paid enough, between brackets, you will never get an organization where they will actually perform their best work. But if you take the issue of salary, wage out of the equation, then you can start to work on all the other elements. You obviously have to balance also with the work environment, the working conditions, basically what we deal with in occupational safety and health, the work relations, and we have some levers to strengthen the model, and those levers are leadership, respect, and trust. I will say a little bit more about that, but that's basically the approach. How to build this organization is a continuous look for a balance for each and every individual worker and his work situation, taking into account the work organization, so it's not individual and work situation, it's all the individual workers, the team and the organization together in the picture. It's very easy to give this explanation. It's hard to create such an organization. But there are companies, there are organizations that are able to get there. But it's hard work. It takes a lot of investment. And there is no, we heard it before, there is no one silver bullet to get there. Agility is also important. So never become a rusty organization. Change is still ahead. So the future is dynamic. So our approach also has to be dynamic. A couple of examples here. I take the different elements of my policy model. This is about the actual work environment, the digital workspace, but the digital workspace is more than, we heard it, the notebook, the notepad, the smartwatch, all of that. It's more than that. It's also the integration, the cobots, the collaboration, integrated software, all of that. An example here of work organization. So where you use digital technology to better allocate people, equipment, resources, and to better create co-activity, which is often needed. For example, in construction, some of the major problems in the whole construction sector is still the planning. How many times don't you hear that a project is delayed or that the cost was underestimated? So this technology and data can help us to better organize work. This is an example of the actual work environment and working conditions or work equipment, where you all know every generation, new generation of machines is not only more performant than the previous generation, it tends to also be more safe. Use of intelligent materials, advanced composites, digital technology used to control site access. I think a couple of you were at the World Congress in China. That was in 2019 something. The Congress was organized in Hangzhou, and they were building a complete new city for 10 million people there. What we saw on that construction site was incredible, far ahead of what we tend to see in Europe. One of the things they were using was radio frequency ID to access the site. All the equipment, the personal protective equipment and the equipment was tagged with radio frequency ID. And since NASA, 15 years ago, released the technology to have 3D scanning using radio frequency ID tags, and before you have to pass through a gate. NASA released the technology where you actually can scan a whole room and a site. No worker could enter without having the proper equipment. Even the training levels were scanned the moment you entered the work site. That is an example. Working conditions, tracking, measuring, monitoring. If you work with hazardous substances, we all know that the use of drones and other tools with digital technology to continuously monitor the working conditions is one of the good practice examples. And also another paradox, if I may mention, we heard also in the previous session about the feeling of constant surveillance and being monitored, that is not good. But in the field of occupational safety and health, we all know that there are situations where continuous surveillance and monitoring is needed. Confined spaces, working in confined spaces, what is one of the basic elements? You continuously monitor and survey the worker and the working conditions. So that's another paradox, something that needs to be discussed. Wearables, PPE, health screening, another set of examples. Intelligent materials, I'm keeping an eye on the time, so I will not go in detail. But maybe one word about this, the wearables. You all know Fitbit and all this stuff, but there is much more options. Working clothes, a lot of stuff. But one good practice example, if I may share, is, and that's to avoid the whole discussion about data protection, regulation, and privacy. We have examples of companies that equip their workers with all of this, but here is the good thing, they do not collect the data. The use of the tools is for the worker himself, to help the worker to assess situations, to look after his own safety and health, without the employer looking into that. That requires, of course, a certain level of trust, because this equipment, it costs money, but the idea is, and it was proven in practice, if we equip the workers with that, you always have the ones who are skeptic. They say, yeah, thank you, but I will not use it. But you always have a group of people, they will start using it, and as soon as everybody realizes the benefits behind it, you see that after a couple of months, 90% of the workers were actually using the equipment to better protect their health and safety, and with an employer not looking into that. Okay, another example, turning the invisible into visible. We all know dangerous atmospheres, explosive atmospheres. A lot of risks are invisible for humans. With digital technology, you can make them visible even from a distance. Working relations, this is about communication and the use of digital tools for communication. A lot of bad practice there, but also good practice. And always what is important when you discuss digitalization and AI, you have to compare, don't take it isolated, because then we saw on the screen all the risks, anxiety, techno-stress, all of that. I say you always have to compare with the situation where you did not have the digital tools. Did people communicate with each other when there were no WhatsApp and other devices? Sometimes people were not communicating 30 years ago. We had people in an office, sitting in the same office, the same workspace, not talking to each other at all. So it's not by definition that all this digital technology and our kids on their smartphones, it does not necessarily mean that they are not connected and communicating. Because in the past, there was also no guarantee without the tools that they were actually connected and communicating. So always compare with a situation where there were no digital tools or devices. Yeah, this is the communication thing. Bam, bam. Another example, more and more companies now in their portfolio, they have tools for self-assessment, self-support, remote support for any kind of problem that a worker might occur during work. in a normal situation, you would go turn to your colleagues and your boss, but sometimes that is seen as a bit as a barrier. So these tools can help to strengthen the capacity of the worker to deal with problems himself. Yeah. Coming to conclusion, I'm going to skip this because I'm going to go back now to what I told you in the beginning, and that is that I think we need to see this as an opportunity in the first place, because investing in trying to grasp the opportunities, with less effort you yield more results. If you have a risk-based approach and you first try to deal with all the threats and the challenges linked to AI and digital tools, then you will spend a lot of effort and a lot of time for less result. And that is where this kicks in, trust and respect. As I told you, first build the level of trust. Any company that is at the verge of exploring digital technology and AI, before digging into that, before taking any decision, try to build a level of trust first with your workers. That means be open, explain what it is not, what the options are. Be open, build that level of trust before you engage in any action. And that is where this kicks in, and this is what I said in the beginning. This is the European Social Partner Framework Agreement on Digitalization, where we actually jointly decided, employers and workers, to encourage our members, our companies and the workers to jointly manage a model. You will recognize all the elements I showed you in my best organization example. So you look at digital technology, you have an open discussions and see, are there any opportunities for using digital technology and AI in the actual performance of the work, in the working conditions, in the working relations, and in the work organization, and taking into account a couple of elements. I think in the agreement we mentioned connection and deconnection. We mentioned the human in control principle. We mentioned the integrity and the value of the individual worker. So basically the model has everything in there, and we don't say organization, you have to become a digital organization. We say at least jointly explore the options before your company might become obsolete. I think that was it. Thank you. Your move now.
Thank you, Chris. Just one thing that jumped out at me about this, I love my job, because I think if you love your job, then you've put all of this in place, and that you're working in an organization that supports you, that you're valued in, you trust your leadership, and you have your health and safety is supported, and that you can be the best person you can be within that organization. Hard to do, but it certainly would be something to aspire to. Thank you, Chris. Okay, I'm now going to call on Giulio Romano to take the floor. Thank you.
Good morning. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I apologize for my bad English. So I'm waiting with the confidence that AI will allow us to dialogue using each language, because the threat to my health comes from having to speak a different language. And therefore, AI could be good for my health. But today I will to talk about the possible benefits for me, but about the risks for the workers. Digital transformation has already had a deep impact on the way we work, and it will continue to reshape the world of work in the coming years, particularly through the use of data-driven technologies, including artificial intelligence. It is important to approach digitalization correctly and constructively, taking into account the social implication and involving trade unions in the digital transformation process. We appreciate that the Commission's decision to launch the first step social partners consultation concerning the telework and the right to disconnect. This constitutes a recognition of the growing importance of remote work and the need to safeguard workers' well-being and work-life balance and improve working conditions also in this context. ETUC has called the European Commission to initiate a swift legislative action on telework and the right to disconnect, following the withdrawal of Business Europe from negotiations on a potential joint framework agreement, which would have resulted in European legislation. Effective digital governance requires transparency and in the management of artificial intelligence and the active involvement of trade unions to ensure that the benefits of digitalization are used to improve working conditions and maintain jobs. The Artificial Intelligence Act introduced by the European Commission is a positive step, putting the EU at the forefront of regulating this technology, but while recognizing AI as a high-risk activity is commendable, the work dimension has been largely overlooked. Reliance on GDPR principles, such as informed consent, does not account for the power imbalance between employer and employees. Anyway, jumping another issue, the Machinery Directive was reviewed to include a regulation of machinery products, including a mandatory third-party safety checks for machines using AI and 6 other categories of machinery. This is an important step since mandatory third-party safety checks on high-risk machinery were scrapped in 2006 as part of better regulation, and we can see the consequences. I'm sorry, just a parenthesis. We made a lot of meetings to talk about health at work, and I'm sure that, except me, everyone is always really competent and adequate. Not only today, always. And everyone also have the right motivations. I have those too. But workers continue to die at work. Many, too many. We must accept that there is a risk. There is always a risk. But we can no longer tolerate the daily massacre of men and women. The machinery regulation is underpinned by standards, a process in which ETUC is deeply involved to guarantee a new generation of machines with AI application which place the safety of workers at the core of its design and use. We hope that all parties involved will have the same determination. References have been made this morning to the Directive of Improving Working Conditions in Platform Work, which ETUC believes that is indeed a landmark piece of legislation of global level which deserves to be enforced to the detail. ETUC believes that this directive enhances the EU and national labor law system by introducing a number of concrete advancements. They include a presumption of employment to platform workers, clearer rules on algorithmic management, and data rights, stronger collective labor rights, and robust enforcement safeguards. In matters of occupational safety and health, the directive also introduces a ban on automated system putting undue pressure on workers or creating risk to their safety and physical and mental health. However, these restrictions apply only to those in an employment relationship with the digital work platform, and thus strikes a dissonant note to the inclusive approach to AM and data rights. And then there is the issue of stress. Occupational stress has become a pandemic. This issue has become more urgent after the COVID-19 pandemic due to the significant rise of teleworking and work from home, which has had an impact on musculoskeletal disorders. In particular, women workers are more affected by PSRs and MSDs. And therefore, a gender dimension in the assessment, prevention, and treatment of these diseases is necessary. In 2019, the European Commission presented the EU Strategic Framework on Occupational Safety and Health. The approach of the European Commission on psychosocial risks and musculoskeletal disorders is not ambitious enough. Mere guidance of psychosocial risks, as proposed by the strategic framework, is highly unlikely to protect workers from such risks. The strategic framework tackles mental health from an individual approach and fails to address the implication of work organization. The communication on a comprehensive approach to mental health presented by the European Commission in June 2023 presented a similar shortcoming when it comes to the workplace. Whereas addressing psychosocial risk is one of the flagship initiatives of the communication, we are of the opinion that this initiative should take the form of legislation. The latest result of the EU OSHA ESNER research reveals that work-related psychosocial risks, such as dealing with difficult customers, time pressure, longer regular working hours, poor communication, and job insecurity, have remained relatively stable since 2019. The main challenges in addressing these risks include reluctance to discuss them openly, lack of awareness and insufficient expertise or specialist support. Additionally, fewer establishments have procedures in place to handle threats, abuse, or assaults by external persons. These findings underscore that digitalisation is driving the emergence of psychosocial risks, reshaping work processes, creating new stressors, and posing significant mental health risks for workers. Ms. Minzato has included the responsibility of improving the European approach to occupational health and safety, particularly on mental health at work, within her portfolio. However, the ETUC's position is that the European Commission should put forward a directive to tackle this issue from the point of view of occupational safety and health at work, collective action and work organization, preventive measures, and employers' responsibilities. This has already become a long-standing demand for ETUC. Stop.
Thank you, Giulio. You certainly have emphasized the need for regulation, or at least the discussion of regulation and the possibilities that would protect workers, but also ensure that employers can support those regulations and that they're meaningful. Thank you for that. And we now have Frederick back online. So can I invite you to give your presentation, Frederick?
Yeah, thank you, Paula, and I trust you're hearing me okay. So my apologies for not being able to be with you this afternoon in Warsaw, but my appreciation and thanks for the organizer, and particularly Magdalena, for making it happen this afternoon. So I'm really pleased to be with you and be able to present the perspective or a few thoughts on behalf of the European Brain Council on the benefits and pitfalls around the emergence of new technologies. A quick word about EBC, as we are a relatively newcomer to the space of occupational safety and health, even though mental health at work has been a long-standing priority within the organization. But a quick reminder, we bring together patients, clinicians, and scientists all together in the brain space. We advocate with one voice for the perspective of brain research, brain innovation, but also brain health, and how brain health is a contributor to the brain capital and the brain economy, and I'll come to that in my presentation. So we basically have now more than 20 years of expertise of promoting dialogue between our different partners, but also addressing those issues with EU institutions and raise education and awareness around the brain in institutions and institutional partners. So when it comes to the topic of digitalization and digital transformation, this is really something that took me a bit of a thinking in order to put it in perspective as to how to elaborate on the pros and cons. Obviously, I certainly don't want to repeat what the previous speakers have emphasized way better than me, but I just wanted to maybe shed light on a few elements that digitalization has brought to our modern life and professional life. So first and foremost is the way by which it has invaded all spaces of our professional life, up to the point that work-life balance has come really more blurry because let's say the tools of professional performance have now invaded all aspects of our life. We mentioned also the overload, information overload, but also the propension of burnout. As I said, the intention here is not to make an exhaustive list, but what I wanted to emphasize and to bring it back to maybe our sector is that healthcare professionals were at an increased risk of burnout and of mental stress due to the increased pressure in their professional life. On the brighter side, I wanted to emphasize how digitalization in healthcare has enabled new technologies to allow for teleconsultation or telemonitoring of patients, which is a very concrete advances and has really massively improved the way by which some of pressing and challenging diseases were looked after. But also the ways by which modern technologies are improving and boosting the pace of research and of science. And in an area like the one that is at our heart within EBC, brain disorders, we represent the first cause of disability in Europe and globally, the second cause of mortality. Diseases are still extremely complex. The organization of care around it is extremely complex. So those solutions are very much welcome in order to find the appropriate solutions here. So the digital transformation of our care systems has really been at the center of many of our projects. You can see here on the left-hand side, this concept of the rethinking, where we were busy rethink the care pathway and the management of some of the most common brain conditions like Alzheimer's disease, or let's say better known like schizophrenia, but also some rare conditions like myasthenia gravis. And in the past, we have also conducted that study on migraine and multiple sclerosis. What was really fundamental was to see the pervasive entrance of digital solutions into the way by which we are improving outcomes for people in need and vulnerable populations living with the brain conditions or being at risk. But this afternoon, I wanted to share with you the way by which digital technologies were also validated and were also pushed in order to become more common in the context of another project that is called Brain Teaser. So Brain Teaser is about to come to an end. It's an EU-funded endeavor on the Horizon Europe program. but it was basically a model by which we enabled the clinical validation of an AI-based tool that was gathering data from all different cohorts. And Chris was mentioning the wearables and portable sensors, which is now becoming a real thing in the way we are organizing the care for patients. So this real world data, as we are now calling it, is entering really the pace of, or that area in that space of care management. But the clinical data, of course, would be integrated, as well as all the data linked to environment, because environment, air pollution, but also weather changes were really seen as critical in the conditions that we were looking after. And that was multiple sclerosis and ALS, so the most commonly known Charcot disease. And all these elements were basically seen as critical in order to enable two things. First, patient self-management, critical in the care pathway. But my point here was to say that we also enabled an easier job or an easier life for clinicians and all professionals looking after those patients. So the use of AI in computing this gamut of different data, but also making sure that they were clinically relevant and computed in the right way, were not only helping patients in better monitor their conditions, but also helping massively the professionals and the clinicians in their decision-making, but also in the monitoring of the patients on a regular basis. So, of course, the emergence of technologies are coming up with loads of questions, and we have also worked on a charter bringing together all the ethical considerations that we were thinking were necessary in order to accompany the development and the responsible development of neurotechnologies. Not only because, as I just demonstrated with this, with the Brain Teaser project, they bear great potential, but also because we need to make sure that these are efficacious, scientifically validated, but also that we ensure an ethical supervision of this emergence. We have fantastic pieces of regulations in order to frame those new technologies, but there are certainly a lot of gray areas in between, and we definitely wanted to make sure that these gray areas were bridged. Along those 9 different chapters, I won't go into the detail as it is extremely specific to the neurotech sector, but I think it's important to make sure that stakeholders have their say when it comes to this kind of transformations of the ecosystem, and making sure that this is now emerging and being recognized was extremely important for us as the charter is about to be released and disseminated. So we are now seeking a greater recognition for those principles. So now coming back to, let's say, the workplace, I think this is something that both Giulio and Chris were also saying. All the discussion around robotization and machinery is not something new. It has brought its kind of trail of challenges in an equal manner. But we need to recognize that modern times and the emergence of AI is posing an additional challenge and potentially something that is disruptive enough to really put at stake, I would say, the balance and our professional environment as we have known it so far. So with colleagues, we have worked on different pieces of work that we have released, putting this into let's say a broader framework, and that I would like to share with you, leading me to the conclusion of my presentation. The first is about generative AI, more specifically. So we have released a paper that was basically debating the risk and the benefit, as obviously we see an immense potential in the way by which productivity can be boosted, and the way by which we can have a widespread dissemination. But we need to recognize that it is also coming really as a threat to plenty of our jobs, and that the transformation that will be required in order to accompany this change will be absolutely massive. So we need governments, civic organizations, and businesses to work closely together in order to ensure a smooth transition, but also make sure that mental health and the well-being of our workers is preserved, because this is where we see the wealth of our countries and of our nations, around the lines of another piece of work that I would like to refer you to, which is called the Mental Wealth of Nation, which is work have started by colleagues in Sydney in Australia. And on the basis of that work, we have produced another piece of work, which is revolving around the notion of recognizing the brain as the capital to our society, really as an asset to our economies, and that healthy brains are the first contributor to economic development and economic prosperity. But healthy brains are not enough. They need to be accompanied with the emergence of brain skills and making sure that those brain skills are making us fully adapted to our environment in order to foster really this notion and this emerging notion of the brain capital that we are now conducting with colleagues from all around the world. And we are really pleased to see that this concept was picked up by the World Economic Forum, and they have started now working with us on pushing this understanding of how healthy brains and brain skills are boosting our productivity and economic development. So these notions have also traveled quite well around the world. We have colleagues in Africa having worked with their government to issue the Yaoundé Declaration, so it's in Cameroon more specifically. So the Yaoundé Declaration was adopted a couple of months ago by the Cameroon government, recognizing brain economy, brain health, and brain capital as the center of their governmental priorities, really to make sure that this concept boosts the economic resilience and the societal transformation of the nations, recognizing the brains of their population as the key resource worthy of investment. And as a way of conclusion, I'd like to accompany what was said and referred to by my predecessors on stage, how best to accompany this technological evolution or revolution. It has probably been demonstrated many, many times that digitalisation was accelerating current trends, or was probably re-emphasizing existing trends. And as a way of conclusion, I would like simply to say that we have more than ever the need of a robust and trustworthy social dialogue in order to make sure that the emergence of these new technologies, that this newly challenging digital environment really respond to the needs of everyone involved in our ecosystem. Thank you for your attention, and happy to contribute to the conversation afterwards.
Thank you very much, Frederick. I found that actually fascinating, the balance between brain health and AL and the benefits of AL in the health environment and the brain environment, and yet the threats that it brings along to the brain is absolutely fascinating, and thank you for that. And that brings us to our final presentation. So will you take the floor, Agnieszka?
Thank you very much, Paula. Thank you, Centralny Instytut Ochrony Pracy, PIP, for the invitation, and the Polish Presidency for the invitation to today's conference. I have a very difficult task of speaking the last, and already so much has been said, so there is a worry that I will repeat some of the messages, but I hope also to give you a little bit of this social and economic insight into the problems. Obviously, as a member of a scientific community, I start with defining the problem, and it already has been said in the previous session and earlier by my colleagues that we are in the process of work transformation. It's not on one point in time, but it's an evolution that takes place over years from different waves of automation, robotization, digitalization, to the use of
AI-based systems. What is important is that these systems, they vary in their levels of autonomy, in their adaptiveness and deployment, after deployment. And what is important is that they require also the adaptivity of us, of our works, of our work environments, of us as human beings and as societies and nations of adopting adequate legal regulations, which is very difficult because we need to know what and how far can we regulate. When we look at the use of AI at the workplace, there are obviously two main spheres. First is automating or augmenting tasks that workers perform, and this is very important to analyze from the labor market perspective, whether there will be new job places created or some will diminish, and from the economic impact, the impact on the productivity and eventually on the GDP. And the other sphere is algorithmic management, which obviously also relates to this economic impact, but it's important from the point of view of occupational safety, potentially increasing the safety, but it raises also many ethical issues, as Michał has been saying in the previous sessions, due to the risk of overusing it. So if we look at main questions related to the AI use in a workplace, and I scanned quite a lot of literature and international reports, national reports on the subject, the first main worry that appeared was which workplaces will be affected and how, and is job loss a real threat? Then there's this economic side. Will AI use bring significant improvements in productivity? And there is also this side of hopes. That will AI lead us to improvement in work-life balance? Will it allow for increasing productivity while decreasing working hours? Or improve quality and safety of work? There is also another side, because maybe actually using AI will also, while augmenting tasks, will in fact increase working hours in place of decreasing them. Then there is also an important social inclusion issue. Will the labor market become more inclusive, for example, for people with disabilities? Will the use of different treatments help us to regain jobs and go back to jobs after some health problems, health disruptions? And then there is also quite an important question for Europeans in particular, how the AI could be used in times of the workforce decrease due to an aging process, which we all face. So let's look a little bit on the facts, and what do we know so far is that about 1/3 of job vacancies are prone to some sort of AI impact. According to the estimates of the IMF and the ILO, about 30 to 40% of employment is exposed to AI, and this exposure is much more visible in the developed economies. Contrary to the automation, AI displacement risk is extended to higher earners, such as the high social strata, which in some time, let's say years, may reshape income inequalities. But it also depends on many factors that are still unknown, whether AI will complement or replace tasks, and how it will actually impact the employment. And what we have seen so far is that AI is rather expected to augment work than fully replacing it. And there are also potential mobility challenges for different labor market segments. I already told about the possibility of including people with disabilities in the labor market, which is a challenge. We see it also in the European strategy regarding disability. but also there is a question of those segments of population that face the higher risk of drops out, like older people, people that have problems with adopting new technologies, people with moderate level of qualification and lower levels of complementarity. Looking to the perspective of social partners, the OECD performed a study about 2 years ago investing main opportunities and risks of AI adoption according to the social partners. And we obviously see this divide. The employers, where they perceived benefits are obviously related to increased productivity. They also see a potential in higher job quality, as actually what Chris showed with this nice picture of I love my job. But trade unions, they also look at some potentials related to job quality. But there are also many risks. And here, among risks, particularly the representation of workers looks at the use of trustworthy AI, and both parties they see some risk related to the changing skill requirements. While looking more in depth into trade unions' needs and concerns, well, there are obviously also some discussion, a lot of discussion on the impact on mental health of workers. There is research showing that when workers are well informed by their companies on changes related to introduction of AI, their mental health is better when introducing the change. So the process of change is actually very important of this transformation. When we look at needs expressed by trade unions, it obviously is a need for regulations assuring protection from over-monitoring and overuse, and following the human-controlled principle, which was also referred to in the plenary session. There is a foster right to AI development knowledge and retraining and job transfer for workers. This should be assured. The trade unions also see necessity to recognize the ideal mix of skills, to do research on the ideal mix of skills that will be needed in this transformed world of work. And then obviously higher engagement in decision-making processes at national and international level. And this varies from place to place. There are countries where actually the social dialogue is in place regarding AI, and representation of employees is highly engaged with the governments in decision-making processes. And there are countries which this is not the case. We also see that representation of workers in companies to some extent mitigates AI's negative impact on working conditions. I already gave the example about mental health, but there is a research showing that when the companies are introducing AI systems, when trade unions are in place, they negotiate on their behalf, and this decreases the risk of poor communication and job insecurity during this transition to a new work environment. There is also some evidence of reducing risk related to heavy duties, reducing the risk of accidents. When we look at the employer's perspective, I would like to underline this distinction between large entrepreneurs and small and medium enterprises. Large entrepreneurs, they're very keen on adopting new technologies and adopting AI to simple tasks. Those tasks can be easily performed with new technologies. And the main benefit, obviously, is increased productivity. And then, on the other hand, there are small and medium companies, often self-employed people. They sort of express feeling of being left out of these main changes. They quite frequently say that do not have adequate skills, resources, and information how to sort of join this train of fast transformation. So there is a need for more information and governmental actions levels concentrated on small and medium enterprises. When we look at some evidence of the AI impact so far, we see that it's the employers, and there are examples of two branches, finance and investments, insurance services, and manufacturing, that actually the employers tend to more invest in retraining and upskilling in their workers than buying services, and the job loss is the last of the problems. But there are also some challenges for the social dialogue in the AI era. First of all, as I already said, the engagement of social partners in this discussion varies between countries. Then we also see that the share of workers covered by collective agreements has steeply declined over the years when we compare, for example, 80s and nowadays. And there is an underrepresentation of workers' representation, particularly relevant in jobs with higher AI use, in platform workers, self-employed, freelancers. They often work actually in developing AI technology. Similarly to small and medium enterprises and new business models, they are also less visible in the employers' organizations. So summing up, well, there is obviously a need to explain the AI content, use, and potential impact to different stakeholders, particularly concentrating on those with lower capabilities to gain adequate knowledge and information and gain the use of technology by themselves. There's also a need for preparation of retraining plans for employees, discussing with employees what this change might be, how they can affect particular occupations, their employers, their branches. So the employees, together with employers, they have to discuss what actually this transformation means. There is also a need to reach those workers that are sort of left out of the social dialogue. And given that we are in a process, but maybe a new era also we are entering with Gen AI, we need to closely monitoring the changing AI potential, not only with respect to risks, this is very important, but also the potential to create more inclusive work and support governments in preparing AI regulations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Agnieszka. I think you captured the pros and cons there with the employers and the trade unions quite well, and especially too in relation to employers where you have large organisations as opposed to small organisations and how they feel about it. So thank you very much for that. So we now have our presentations completed, so I'm going to open the floor to questions. So if anybody has a question, we have microphones roaming around the place to help you out. Don't be afraid. No questions. Okay, well, I have some. So I'll start the ball rolling. So I'm actually going to address this to Chris and Giulio, because you've both mentioned the European Social Partners Framework Agreement on digitalisation. And I'm just wondering how you see it supporting employers and how you, Giulio, see it supporting workers. So maybe, Chris, if you'd like to start.
Yeah, so I think what is unique about this European Social Partner Agreement, contrary to other agreements that follow more or less the line of what we classically also see in regulations, the employer is responsible for this, the workers that. What is unique in this agreement is we have shaped a process, and the process that allows the employers and the workers to deal with all the relevant aspects that you need to discuss when it comes to digitalization and AI. As I said, you look into the actual job content, how it can impact the job content or improve the way you work. It looks into the working conditions, the working environment, work organization. So all the elements that you need to jointly, because that's important. If you only focus on one element, you're very likely to fail. Everything is interconnected. So take all the elements together. And we have also mentioned from the side of the threats or the challenges, the connectivity aspect, the human in control, dignity, all of that is embedded in a process. And it goes even further than consultation, because we tell our businesses, you should have a jointly managed process to deal with all the aspects. So, of course, for SMEs and even for larger companies, if you see the picture of that process, it might be, oh, what is this? How do I start with it? But of course, there is methodology to start working on all the elements. And as I said, one of the methodologies, what we actually consult our members to do, is start with a methodology to build trust. So it starts with an exploration. What is AI? Explain to the workers and even sometimes to the employer, what is AI? What is digital technology? What are we looking into? So for an exploratory process before you actually start discussing the opportunities and the challenges. So we see in some countries, social partners have built their own, based on the European model, they've built their own collective agreement. In Belgium, we're actually right now, social partners are discussing a Belgian collective agreement based on the European one to further promote the basic ideas in the agreement. So we think it's really helpful because it's a process, but we need to feed now the companies with the methodologies to actually start working in that process. And we hope that the European campaign, for example, the Good Practice Awards, that will also help to feed into the discussion if we can demonstrate with real life examples what the opportunities are.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Giulio.
Okay, it's the framework agreement on digitalization is support with success integration of digital technologies and support investment in digital skills, the continuous employability of the workforce. Emphasizes the importance of health and safety, including the modalities of connecting and disconnecting, ensure compliance with working times rules. Then I think we will continue to discover risks, new risks along the way. So it's not definitely the solution, but it is an example to demonstrate that if we want to realize a good change, and we need a dialogue. We need dialogue and we need agreement. Together, the social parts can realize a lot of goal. Also ambitious goal, also very ambitious goal. before, when you cannot pronounce my my trade union, it was for me it was a satisfaction because also not also I have difficulty with another language. The acronym was Italian Federation for Bank and Insurance Sector. Okay, this is in Italian, and. I I had a brief exchange with and in the start of the meeting. I had in the Italian sector of bank we had a lot of change in the 90s and in the third millennium. For the reorganization of the sector and then for the crisis of the sector, you remember. And we solved a lot of problems. A little sector, 300,000 workers, 50,000 workers redundant. So a large part. Without one redundant, with other solution, also with the sacrifice for the workers in the workplace who remained in the workplace. But so the change is possible to realize, and it's not. In my speech I just speak about it. I hope, it's only a hope, not a critic. I hope that in the future we have not to see another time one of the part who withdraw his presence to the table when we are speaking about our future. Sorry.
No, that's good, Giulio, because what you're actually saying is that you're supporting the whole social partnership as a way forward to bringing employers and trade unions together to make life better for both parties and to see prosperity, etc. So thank you for that. I'm going to come to Frederick next, and I'd like to ask you about how do we better balance the rapid innovation with robust governance in the area?
Oh, wow. How much time do we have? No, thanks, Paula. More
3 minutes.
seriously, no, but I think what I was trying to explain in my presentation was that models do exist. I was picking one of the projects that we have contributed to as an exemplar of how we can validate the emergence of technologies and secure the implementation. There are certainly other examples, and there is one as basic as the use of telemedicine and teleconsultation. And someone mentioned before me the acceptance and how to embed that and what value it would have on a day-to-day job. Actually, you would probably share with me the fact that doctors can sometimes be seen as relatively conservative in the uptake of new technologies and the uptake of innovation. Here we had this anecdote in the framework of another project that the use of teleconsultation was made necessary in the context of COVID-19, up to the point that some doctors realized that being forced to use it, it was actually a fantastic tool. But before that, they would consider it as a gadget. And now they are becoming the best advocates of teleconsultation, not because of it being a gadget, but because they realized that they could capture information and data that they would not even have imagined that they could have access to. And that was basically to see how a patient with a motor neuron disease was functioning in their living room, in their living space. Because in the past and before that, they were only seeing them whilst the patient was coming to the hospital. So now what is interesting is that it is challenging the status quo. it is challenging the way by which care is going to be organized in the future, but also challenging the way by which the governance, deciding upon what care pathway we are going to design and how we are going to design it, what governance we should put in place, because the patients have their voice around the table. And it is a fantastic exemplar of how like a sound dialogue should be organized, having all parties and all partners around the table.
And thank you for that, Frederick. Again, I'll come back to it. That's an interesting take on it, because obviously there's so many aspects to that in terms of it's not just workers, it's patients, it's clinicians, it's there's quite a gambit of people involved, and obviously the governance of that would be quite complex. So thank you for that. And Agnieszka, I'm not going to leave you out. So I have a question for you. How do you think might AL, the revolution, change work productivity and job quality?
The question is whether we are able to do both of it, both at the same time. And actually, it brings me back to the first question and what our colleague said. I was speaking not long ago with colleagues from the European Social and Economic Committee, and they told that the discussion on between employers and employees on adopting regulations regarding AI use and new technologies, etc. There have been the most difficult ones and most hot ones in terms of the interests of both parties that do not necessarily go together. In principle, they should, but there is also this idea of, well, gaining more. And actually gaining more might mean engaging more both sides, the digital tools and actually the workers. I think it also very much depends on the branch of economy. Probably for doctors, as it was the example that that Frederick just gave before, probably it saves a lot of time. So teleconsultations for simpler matters, for drug prescription, it saves a lot of time that actually can be spent with patients that require more care. So there are branches when actually this can be good both for the workers, the productivity increases, and also for the patients, and actually the quality of life of each side might increase.
Okay, thank you for that, and thank you. Oh, we have William.
Hi, just a couple. One is an anecdote, and that's like my wife is an online GP, and she would be able to say that the intensity has gone through the roof. So the time available to process patients and the difficulty of doing that online when you're not able to physically examine a patient is a real challenge. The second one was actually about one of your slides, Agnieszka, and it was the OECD perspectives from the social partners. And I was just curious and I remember on one dimension, there was perfect agreement between the two social partners, and that was on the impact of AI on mental health. And the next dimension, there was perfect disagreement, 0 and halfway up the scale, and that was on job quality as a risk. I was wondering whether there was any reactions there from the panelists on what that might mean.
Have we a taker? Chris?
Well, I don't know the exact explanation behind it, but what I do know is that the methodology, job quality, we're actually now having that discussion. What are the real indicators to measure job quality? We're having that discussion in Eurofound and in several countries. So I don't know exactly what parameters they use to measure job quality, but I think that might be a different interpretation from if you ask an employer or the worker side. It could be already that they have a different connotation linked to what job quality is. So that's why I think it's important for the future, for occupational safety and health, but for businesses and workers in general to have a very solid discussion on what are the actual elements that make job quality. And for me, one of the most important is it's in the eye of the beholder. It's not up for me to say this is a quality job. We need to have the input from the actual worker, because my perspective on a quality job is totally different than the perspective of, for example, a blue-collar worker, guy collecting trash bins. Who am I to say these are the elements of job quality for you? So we need the voice of the worker there, and that is challenging because it means you will not have a set of indicators that is exactly the same for every category of workers or jobs that you are investigating.
Anybody else want to add to that?
Well, Paula, if I may, just on the example that, sorry, sorry, Giulio.
No, go ahead, Frederick.
No, just to say that to the example of William, technology is never a solution on its own. The example that we were taking and actually expanding on what Chris just said, the primary issue that we are having in the healthcare sector is one of a medical workforce. So it's not only of making sure they have the right skills and that they are the best able, but making sure that there are enough of healthcare professionals in the space, and that too often now we see policymakers using teleconsultation or remote consultation as a quick fix to the scarcity of workforce in certain geographical places. So it's putting an additional strain, and this I agree to what you were saying. And what we need to have is a proper empowerment of the professionals who are actually delivering care through these technological means.
Okay, Giulio?
Oh, it's a very, very short answer. We say, I said in my speech, we think that mental health is important, but we have to face this problem in the view of workers safe on work. So we want to discuss with our social partner, the companies, and with the employers, with the Commission for a directive on this issue, because we need a directive on this issue.
So regarding the giving your example of your wife on GP, actually, it seems that productivity actually wins. I mean, the aim to get more and more and more. And going back to the question on the OECD data, well, it's a survey. So as Chris said, we don't know what employers, what employees actually had in mind, saying quality of life, quality of work. But it's also some sort of prediction. So these are not the companies that are actually using AI, but it's what is expected. So as I said, I think at the beginning of my presentation, it's rather sorts of high hopes related to quality, but this not necessarily might be the case in reality.
Okay, thank you for that. Are there any more questions? Okay, can we thank our panel? I think they've done a wonderful job this afternoon. And we will see you again tomorrow, where we will present some of the outcomes and the takeaways from this session. So have a really nice evening, and see you tomorrow.